can't believe I believed everything we had was less. So young and naive of me to think she was from your past. Silly of me to dream of one day having your kids. Love is so blind, it feels right when it's wrong. I can't believe I fell for your schemes. I'm smarter than that. Young and naive to believe that with me you're a changed man. Foolish of me to compete when you cheat, when lose, when win. It took me some time, but now I'm moved on. Because I realize I got myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry. I took about that from now on. I'm gonna be my own best friend. Be myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry. I took about that from now on. I'm gonna be my own best friend. Controlling, and you say that you love me, but you don't. Your family told me one day I would see it on my own. Next thing I know, I'm dealing with the 3 kids in my own. Love is so blind, it feels right when it's wrong. Now that it's over, stop calling me, come pick up your clothes. Ain't no need to front like you're still with me. All your homies know, even your very best friend tried to warn me on the low. Took me some time, but now I am strong. Because I realize I got myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on I'm gonna be my own best friend. Be myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on I'm gonna be my own best friend. Got me, myself, I know that I will never disappoint myself. All the ladies, if you feel me, help me sing it out. I'm sitting with you. Yeah, you hurt me, but I learned a lot along the way. After all the rain, you'll see the sun come out again. Hey, I know that I will never disappoint myself. I'm crying. All the ladies, if you feel me, help me sing it out. I'm sitting with you. You hurt me, but I don't fuck with me, but I say they can't fuck with me. Just like the air, I'm everywhere. How you say it so
Shit, you would think I went to school for chiropractic. Looking good as hell today, just sent my nigga 5 Why'd you come from me about a nigga, man? You bitch back for that. Come at me about niggas who I don't even find attractive. I don't know that nigga, I just seen them on the town before. So I can't be up in her face, I took her nigga down before. When I lose a nigga, I just pop out and go find some more. Soon as I feel like my time get wasted, then it's time to go. They say they don't fuck with me, but I say they can't fuck with me. Just like the air, I'm everywhere. How you say it so with me? Them bitches should've stayed down. They could've been up to me, but all they doing is talking down. Cause they can't get up with me. My ex looking on my old friend. Both they had some fucking clowns. Thinking that she got one up on me, she got my hand down. He thought he wasn't gon' have to stand on shit like he was handicapped. Made that nigga stand on it. Now his ass can't stand me now. High as fuck, I'm lit, yup. I don't smoke no sweet shots. Flying with my gang and them. Looking them like sisters. Them bitches be lame, they go outside about these niggas. I don't wanna hang with them. They don't have no business. They be going for anything, but I can't go for none of it. Why would I go chase you if I know you gon' come running back? Cut everybody off, they been feeling like the lumberjack. They really get me fucked up, and now I'm going for none of that. She the type of nigga make her mad, she going too soon. Me, I'm kinda ratchet still, so I'm the type of beast. I can't love you, baby, like your bitch do, so don't leave her. We gon' choose her every time, cause it's cheaper to keep her. Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a fuck tomorrow. Ain't fucked up by no credit score, I might be rich as fuck tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow.
Riding with my twin and and we all look good as fuck. She said she my eye, but I don't know her, had to look her up. I know that I'm rich, but I can help it, bitch, I'm good as fuck. I've been on these bitches next so long, sometimes I forget stuff. I can put you in my beds, you might wish me dead tomorrow. Bitches be on thick today, sing every word up tomorrow. Bitch, I still got cases open, keep your mouth shut tomorrow. Play with me today, then get some sleep, you know it's up tomorrow. Fake bitch, that's why my friend fucked on your nigga. Both you bitches pussy, I think y'all should scissor. She bought a chain, I bought the same one, even bigger. She doing shots, that's how I know I got a trigger. I don't speak dog ho, I don't care what no bitch says. I say on her mind, I got condos in that bitch head. She said she don't fuck with me, who said that you can't hold? That nigga munching, he gon' eat me like a mango. Long ass feet, they be tickling my ass crack. Wonder what I do tomorrow that these hoes be mad at. Oh yeah, bitches sweet, and I always get my lick wet. I fight for my bitches and I'm fighting over dick too.
Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a fuck tomorrow. Ain't fucked up by no credit score, I might be rich as fuck tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow. Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a fuck tomorrow. Ain't fucked up by no credit score, I might be rich as fuck tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow.
Doctor? His name is Cheese.
They say they don't fuck with me, but I say they can't fuck with me.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, people. Sugar Bomb. Hi, Sugar Bomb. Hi, Lena. Okay, thank you. Just Jay said I'm multitasking, but I'll be listening. Good morning. Good morning, y'all. Hi, Dr. G. Hi, Artifacts. Hey, Sharon. Okay, guys. So, first of all, what is today? It is Saturday, April 25th. Do you know where your children are? No, I'm playing. Hi, we unlock. I'm sorry. I seen you. I was watching the show back the other day and I felt so bad. I was like, we unlock was in there saying hi to me and I never said hi. And I really didn't see it. So I don't want anybody to take that personal. Sometimes if you're in between screens, you can't see everything. But good morning, y'all. We have a lot to talk about today. And yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if I want to address this bullshit from yesterday or not, because when I tell you I'm so tired of people, like I'm so tired of people. I don't know, because half of the people here not even gonna know what I'm talking about. I don't really know if it's even worth it. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Where is that coming from? Okay, so yeah, this. Anyway, I'll just say this. You guys know about this story about the black woman in Louisiana who got deleted along with 8 children, right? So one thing I've noticed is like every time this conversation comes up, the men have a very difficult time acknowledging flat out that this is disgraceful, is wrong, and it's messed up, and that should be that, right? I just been noticing some people didn't even cover it at all, right? But a few days prior, they were dragging a woman who got deleted by a black man. I mean, by a white man. But a black man deletes his own kids and his own spouse and somebody else's kid, and there's no outrage about that. So, in one scenario, we have a victim who we jump on and blame her, right? The girl who got deleted out of the country by the white man. And then on the other scenario, a man is flat out wrong. And yet again, we have a hard time. Just like, I want you guys to understand where we are in society, where and how dishonest people are and how hateful people are toward black women. Like, you guys, I think like this whole technology, social media, digital age has really desensitized us beyond belief. But a lot of you, I know you were raised with some level of sense, and I need you to tap back in. I want you guys to understand how fucked up that is and how fucked up these people are that they won't even acknowledge, will not even acknowledge this shit because of how much they hate black women, because of how much they hate a woman who ain't, she's never done anything to these people. They don't even give a fuck about the kids. And if they do address it, they'll skip over the fact that he deleted her. And what you'll hear them say is, oh, the kids, right? Nobody cares about the black woman or what happens to her, right? So on top of that, another thing that happens is when we're trying to discuss it, like on Sharon's show yesterday, people are going to come and somehow make the shit about them or about their agenda and what they want to discuss, right? Anything to divert the attention off of this black woman and her children. Anything. So I just wonder if you guys are paying attention to that the way I'm paying attention to that. Right, April. She says because they will protect black men at all costs. Doesn't matter what he does, even if he deleted his whole damn family. Correct. And on top of it all, when you're sitting over there minding your business trying to discuss it, that's still a problem too. People have to interject themselves and make it about themselves, right? And their agenda and the whataboutism. And like, but black women, I really need y'all to start paying attention. Pay attention. Like, do not fall for the diversion tactics, the whataboutism, people wanting to flatten the issue to now it's a we thing. It's a oh, but we all but coincidentally now it's a community. We all need to, if they do acknowledge it, right? There's just been these very clever ways of if they do acknowledge it, the way they one thing they won't do is just say that this man was dead fucking wrong, and that is sickening to me. That I looked at several men cover attempt to cover this, and the level of difficulty that you'll see with these people being honest is like very telling. Like the morals, character of people today are is fucked. Like it is a wrap. I'm sorry. Like if it's this difficult for you to just acknowledge that some shit is wrong, like hey, something ain't right with you and your soul. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel about you. Um, so that's what really just grinded my gears. And I feel like this. So some people feel like when you use the words mental health, it's making an excuse for people. And I will say this. I think I'm not a mental health expert, but there clearly has to be some mental health involved because nobody in their right mind deletes their wife and 8 children. Nobody in their right mind does that. Right. So obviously, yes, mental health is a part of the scenario, even though people don't want to acknowledge it. because they feel like it can be an excuse. And I don't think that. I think two things can be true. Obviously, something's wrong if you're willing to do that. There is some type of mental health issue there. However, I'm just thinking about somebody taking the time to delete 9 people. So you had 9 opportunities to stop, right? You had 9 opportunities to say, hold on, what am I doing? You had 9 opportunities to make a different decision, but you premeditated that shit and you chose to follow through 9 different bodies, right? Of people you claim you love, right? Or because, from what we understand, because we don't know the ins and outs of their relationships, but they said she was trying to divorce him. And I want to talk about that too because I'm noticing that men have become so entitled that they feel like, let me say some, let me be very careful with my words. But we us seeing this increase in violence against women because of rejection, like they are developing into these very fragile, very angry, dangerous people. I thought I had the clip, but I don't. But there's a story about a 14-year-old in New York who tried to talk to a 15-year-old who was on her way to school. And because she didn't want to give him her number, he slammed this girl on the ground, stomped her in the fucking head because she didn't want to give him her phone number. He's 14 years old. Little black boy, right? So when black men want to keep sweeping shit under the fucking rug, I don't where are they covering this story? I feel like that came out like 2 days ago. Where I don't hear nobody talking about that. I think I heard Sharon mention it, but I don't see none of these niggas who are hypercritical of women. Why are they not acknowledging these very dangerous ass men? So we're gonna spend our time focused on women who, from last time I checked, they're not really deleting people like that. But the people who are actually causing real harm, who happen to look like you, let's sweep it under the rug. Let's not talk about it. Do you not understand that you are contributing to the problem? Not holding men accountable, not even acknowledging that shit is wrong, is why other men feel absolutely okay to do it. Just like that little boy when his little friend was sitting right there watching the shit happen, right? This is what they do from young to old. Sit there and watch the shit happen, right? But then when you complain, all of them are going to say, I don't know anyone like that. Oh, that's because you are like that. I get it now. You are like that. And that's why you can't acknowledge it. Yeah, it's starting younger and younger. You know why, April? Because they're sitting up on the internet listening to these fucking radicalized ass men who are advocating for, domestic discipline. You should be able to put your hands on someone. You want to normalize abusing women on panels or in public and just think that it absolutely has no real life effect. But these are the wise, logical people with foresight that should be leaders, but don't seem to have foresight about any fucking thing. So I just think it's interesting that yesterday we're on Sharon's show having a conversation literally about that, which is the most important thing, right? A white woman decides to enter into the conversation. She wants to speak for black men. She wants to tell black women they're too aggressive. And then it becomes, she's just like these niggas, me, me, me. So now we got to stop talking about this black woman who got deleted because you want to come, white woman, and tell black women that other black women stare at you in public. Now let's compare level of importance, guys. Somebody in an interracial relationship getting stared at in public by black women. We need to stop talking about this woman who died and these black children because now you want to come and make the conversation about black women in public staring at you, right? When I tell y'all nobody cares, right? So this is what the white woman want to do. And then what do the black men who hit the panel right after her do? Same thing. They want to argue about what aboutisms. They want to argue about statistics. Everybody wants to talk about everything but the fucking issue. You guys notice that? I noticed that. April said it's not all men, but always a man. This shit is getting out of control, ladies. Stay prayed up and protect yourself. Start doing what I've been doing, carrying weapons. Yeah, this shit's sick. And think about it. Like, people get offended when black women say black women are the most unprotected. They gonna argue you down and tell you you're lying, right? But look around you. If the men are too scared of each other to even verbally acknowledge when something is wrong, or they're too hateful of you to verbally even acknowledge when something's wrong, which is a very, like, what's gonna happen? Somebody gonna jump through the screen and beat your ass? Like what? Like just so that we are dealing with men who operate that way. No one can argue that black women are the least protected. Nobody can ever make that argument again. It just, I don't hear it. Artifacts. It is diabolical. Yeah, the entitlement of the white woman is a thing, and this is why they work well together, because they operate the same. Because okay, so Dawn, when she left the panel, did the men who came behind her, were they different? Did they behave differently? Did they prioritize the topic? No, they didn't. They made it about them as well. They want to argue what about ism. They want to debate. They want to talk about statistics. They want to talk about anything but what we're talking about, which is the important thing. This black woman and her children. But single mothers are the problem with the community. Okay. But look at the men. The fuck? Good morning, Kalio. Good morning, INC Intelligence. So this shit with Taz, I'm gonna just say this. I am officially done with these niggas on here. I promise you I am. I'm done. I'm just so mentally exhausted with people and their bullshit. The one thing I've learned is when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. And this is a lesson I've had to learn very hard over and over on here. And I understand it. So guess what? For anyone who disrespected me unwarranted, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want you to understand anything. I'm not trying to understand nothing. I'm not fucking with it. Like, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm done. I just really can't do it. I'm not going to return disrespect with kindness and understanding. I'm not gonna fucking do that. So I'm just gonna move around and I'm not fucking with these niggas. Like, I'm just done. I'm done. That's just that. I'm really not. I can't do it. With that being said, I'm gonna get into the show. We don't like said who said the women single mothers are the problem. We don't like where you been. That's the common theme on most of these panels. Single mothers are the problem with the community. You haven't heard that before? Come on now. Well, I don't know. I don't be seeing you in a lot of chats, to be honest, but that is a common theme, right? Single mothers are to blame for the high prison rates. Single mothers are to blame for the poor education. Single mothers are to blame for the low marriage. Single mothers, literally, you know what kind of weak ass group of men you have to be attached to for them to somehow blame every problem with society on the women? Like, that shit is just sad. It's pathetic. I can't understand how the other so-called good men sit right next to them niggas and just I'm not even gonna try to understand that. Oh, anyway, I want to talk about something real quick, y'all. Let me see if I can show you this. We're gonna get into some of the topics, okay? My homegirl sent this to me. I want to know what you guys think about this. If it'll play.
Which means one thing and one thing only, hood prom. And I think what a lot of people fail to realize is hood prom, it's prom season, which means one thing and one thing only, hood prom. And I think what a lot of people fail to realize is hood prom and baby mama culture are like this. You can't have one without the other. You can't have hood prom or the baby shower stuff or the gender reveals or anything like that without baby mama culture. because the reason why the dresses are so extravagant in the cars, in the show, in the presentation is because this is the closest these girls will ever get to being a bride. In the black community, I'm sorry to say it, actually, no, I'm not, because it's the truth, especially in lower income households, there's not as much of an emphasis on family anymore. These kids aren't getting married. They're going to be baby mamas and baby daddies, so they're never going to have a wedding. These girls are never going to walk down the aisle. Some of them probably will, but the majority of them will never be a wife. They will never be a bride, so they'll never have a wedding. That's why the dresses remind you of big, beautiful wedding dresses. These kids are substituting their wedding with prom. Hood prom. And I think what a lot of people fail to realize is hood prom and baby mama culture are like this. You can't have one without the other. You can't have hood prom or the baby shower stuff or the gender reveals or
First of all, I feel so many ways about this video. A white woman saying the words hood prom already annoys me because even this is a part of like their culture vultureism that they all inherently suffer from. Bitch, you don't even know what hood means for real. Every black kid that you see in a nice dress doesn't live in or come from the hood. Stupid bitch. That's number one. Number two, guys, at this point, I think it's in the DNA. I think white people's complete obsession and fixation with everything black women do, black people do, is something that will just never end. Because I'm trying to understand. Like I'm gonna put myself in her shoes. I'm a grown woman. I got bills. I have a business. I have shit to handle. Nowhere in my life would I be sitting around worried about what white women are doing for their prom. Like that just would never be on my priority list at all. Ever. So why is it on your list as a white woman to again reach all the way past your own and focus on what they're doing? All the way over here to worry about what 18-year-old black girls who are graduating high school are wearing to prom. So you and your jealousy, your obsession, your fixation with black culture, this is where a lot of the tethers learn these behaviors, y'all. Let me explain what this is. This is when people observe your culture and they envy it, but they don't understand it, right? So what they'll do is come to their own conclusions about you instead of simply asking you, right? She done came up with a whole conspiracy now that the reason that the black girls are wearing these extravagant dresses to prom is because they're replacing weddings with prom. I promise you that was never a thought in no black woman's mind any fucking where ever. Never. But this is what you came to while you're over there obsessing over someone else's culture and what they decided to do. What? You can't have one without the other. You a baby mama culture. Okay, so explain how high school dropouts who never attended any prom become baby mamas. If you can't have one without the other. You see how it doesn't make sense? But these people will reach beyond the stars to try to make sense out of fucking nonsense. Because it's not your business to begin with. So while you're over here hyper fixating on someone else's culture, kids at that, you have nothing better to do? What? Like, I'm trying to understand what grown ass women be on. Like, what are you on the internet even checking for 18-year-old black kids for? Why? So they're replacing their weddings with the prom. No. How about, I said this on the other show, black women are their own set of people. The way they express themselves through fashion is going to be unique because we are unique. And these jealous ass people, and I'm including men in this as well, always going to try to turn our positive into a negative. But I promise you guys, that is jealousy. Period, point blank. It is. Because like I said, I don't have the time nor the care to be worrying about something as fucking minuscule as what 18-year-old kids are wearing to prom, right? And if you listen to a lot of these criticisms about black women or black girls, if you really look at like what they're actually talking about, it's always something very minuscule. So that tells you a lot about the person and their priorities and their intentions. Why is a white woman concerned with what any black girl is wearing to prom? And you done now came to a conspiracy about this is them replacing their weddings because they know no 18-year-old is thinking about no fucking wedding. She wants to look nice. The ends. What are you talking? Like what? These people are. I don't understand it. I don't understand. Maybe y'all can help me understand. But since we're talking about prom, I did see something interesting about a student. About a teacher. I want to show you guys because last show we were talking about people not reading on their reading levels, the education, the reading rates, blah blah blah. Right. So I thought this was interesting. We Unlock said, let me say on behalf of other black men, I humbly apologize for whatever words that are harming you physically and mentally. Oh, you're sweet, but it's not your job to apologize on all the men. People gonna be who they are, and I'm just gonna keep my distance. Okay, I'm gonna solve my own problem. I'm going to keep my distance from all of them. That's what I'm gonna do. I don't have time for this fucking dumbass shit. I am so tired of these people, for real. Okay, so look, guys. Teacher speaks out on why illiteracy in children has gotten so bad and parents are part of the problem. Okay, so here's a black teacher. Look what she says, y'all.
There are a lot of people who are confused as to how the literacy crisis got so bad in this country. Let me show you how. Now, I have 25 students on my roster. One is out today, so there were 24 students present in class, okay? 24 students. Let me show you their book bags. These are my students' book bags, okay? There are 12. There are 12 book bags behind me, yet I have 24 students. So you do the math and tell me how many students came to school without a book bag. If you said 12, congratulations, you can do basic math. But what does that mean? 12 kids, which is half of the class, came to school with a book bag, and that means half of the class didn't. Half of the class showed up with no book bag. That means they also showed up with no paper, no pencils, no writing utensils. They showed up with nothing. Now, these kids that are coming in here with nothing, they're not just coming in here physically with nothing. When these kids with no book bags and no school supplies show up and they come, they're not coming to school to learn. They don't come here with the intention that they are about to learn anything. How do y'all expect teachers to teach children that come to school with zero expectations to be learning anything? They don't want to follow directions. They don't want to do what the teacher tells them to do. They don't want to participate in class. They don't want to do anything. And the class that I'm in right now, half of the day is us literally just trying to keep the whole class awake. A child's not going to know to go out and buy themselves a book bag. A child is not going to give themselves a bedtime so that they can get up for school. People aren't parenting their children, and it's literally destroying this country.
What do you guys think about this? Lena, you think it's a lack of resources? Good morning, Hustler Muscular. Oh, good morning. You think it's a lack of resources? I'm sorry, I don't think it's a lack of resources. I'm sorry, Lena. I'm not giving that excuse because not coming to school with a book bag, a pencil, paper, a folder, nothing. I don't believe it's a lack of resources. I don't. Because you could find somehow a way to get your kid basic necessities. Now, I will say this. I've seen a couple of my nieces went to charter school, right? And I ain't gonna hold you. The list that they used to come back with they wanted them to have, you had to spend a pretty penny, like for real. They wanted them to have everything. We want a ruler, we want glue, we want tape, we want this, we want to calculate. Like they had some crazy ass list of things that these kids had to have. I'm not gonna lie, probably like $200 a person. I'm not gonna lie, I seen it. At least with my nieces when they were going to charter school. I have seen that. But I don't think that's the situation right here. I'm sorry, I'm just in my head. I'm trying to, the 99-cent store sells book bags, I think, right? They sell notebooks, they sell pencils, they sell like I'm sorry, Lena. I can't give them the lack of resources. Because your kid should be a priority. Period. So I don't care how poor you are. Your kid needs to be a priority. And some of us grew up poor, and we seen like it can be done. Poor in this country don't mean usually destitute with nothing. It means you on public assistance. So it means you have access to some money at some point to get your kids some fucking something. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Damn. Hustler said, as someone who works for a school bus district, I have seen a few kids go to school with no book bags. And this is what I'm saying. Like, how invested are the parents? How invested are the parents? Why are you going to school with no book bag? No books, no way to take notes, no intentional learning. And people might get offended for me saying this because I don't have kids, but I'm sorry, I blame the parents. I 100% blame all of the parents. I'm blaming them. I'm blaming the mommy and the damn daddy. I don't care. Your child's education and well-being is your priority, is your responsibility. And so if the kids are failing, I think the parents are absolutely failing. I'm sorry, I do. I don't have no sympathy for them because they ain't the first to do it. All of our parents had to do it, and our parents had to do it, and a lot of them ain't have shit either. So I'm sorry. I don't. I have no. I have no excuses for these people. I don't. Foresight seems to really lack of foresight in this community seems to really be an. Because I'm trying to understand if you have a kid and you do not prioritize their education, what kind of future are you setting them up for? And this is what I mean by foresight. Like, no thought about the future, no thought about how ill equipped they will be to deal with the world, to compete on any economic level. Like, there's no thought about preparing your kids for that. Zero. I'll play it one more time. This shit really fucked me up.
There are a lot of people who are confused as to how the literacy crisis got so bad in this country. Let me show you how. Now, I have 25 students on my roster. One is out today, so there were 24 students present in class, okay? 24 students. Let me show you their book bags. These are my students' book bags, okay? There are 12. There are 12 book bags behind me, yet I have 24 students. So you do the math and tell me how many students came to school without a book bag. If you said 12, congratulations, you can do basic math. But what does that mean? 12 kids, which is half of the class, came to school with a book bag, and that means half of the class didn't. Half of the class showed up with no book bag. That means they also showed up with no paper, no pencils, no writing utensils. They showed up with nothing. Now, these kids that are coming in here with nothing, they're not just coming in here physically with nothing. When these kids with no book bags and no school supplies show up and they come, they're not coming to school to learn. They don't come here with the intention that they are about to learn anything. How do y'all expect teachers to teach children that come to school with zero expectations to be learning anything? They don't want to follow directions. They don't want to do what the teacher tells them to do. They don't want to participate in class. They don't want to do anything. And the class that I'm in right now, half of the day is us literally just trying to keep the whole class awake. A child's not going to know to go out and buy themselves a book bag. A child is not going to give themselves a bedtime so that they can get up for school. People aren't parenting their children, and it's literally destroying this country.
So, from some of the conversations I've heard, and in real life, I know a couple of teachers. I always say that. There's like this misconception of like what a teacher's job actually is. I feel like in this community, I think that people think the teacher is supposed to be responsible for everything to do with your child. That is your child. This is a paid person to be there who has to, what did she say? She has a class of 25 people. She has to teach 25 people. There's no way to prioritize your one child, right? It's just not possible. That's your job. When they go home, you're supposed to be making sure they can read and do math and they're on the level of the work that they're getting. And if you don't know how to do that, you should be trying a tutor for them. Like you should be doing everything you can. I'm just trying to understand how does it get here? And we see the problem. The education rates are the reading levels are in the ground, especially with black children. April said that's because a lot of parents think that teachers are the babysitters to their children. Okay, cool. Then who's the educator? Like, why are you not educating? What the hell? And here's the real tea. Most of them are, let me be careful with my words. Like, the parents are not, obviously, not the brightest either. Because anybody with half a brain would understand that education is very important for their kid. Like, that should be like a common sense. Like, when your kid is a kid, they have one job. They don't have a job. They don't have kids. They don't have bills. They don't have responsibilities. Their little ass has one job. Do well in school. Literally, that's it. One job. Like, what the fuck? Lena says, sometimes the parents are not at home with the kids. They may be at work or otherwise. I mean, I understand that. I get it. Especially with the Chicago one, love this. Red Scorpio, I feel like you came in here talking about Taz and I deleted your comment and you seem to not be reading the room. So we're going to go ahead and just block you. Messy ass niggas always. Oh. Anyway, why it's never women running around gossiping like and cackling like you guys notice who be doing that shit the most around here? The logical ones that's supposed to be leaders. Oh my god, D Chicago. Okay, look, D Chicago, I gotta come tell you you was right and I was wrong. So look, after the show, I was like, damn. After the show, when I listened back to it, I don't know why it didn't click to me what you were trying to say until I heard the show back. So I definitely wanted to come make a correction. I get it now. So you were saying like the white children, when you isolate them, I think like 77% of them or something actually are reading at or above their grade level. I think the mistake I was making was when I was Googling everybody, like just tell me in general, it grouped everybody together and gave me one percentage. It didn't click to me what you were saying. So I do apologize. You were definitely right. And I do not want to be spreading misinformation on purpose. I have no problem saying that. But yeah, black children really do have a problem with the reading levels. And I'll be honest, if you guys listen to these panels and these conversations and the way people reason and their logic or the lack thereof, you can probably see why. The parents ain't got no fucking sense. And so you got dummies raising dummies. That's not like that ain't it. So I don't know. I just thought this was interesting. I know this is not the only issue, but what this teacher shared was very important. It's definitely a part of it. If you're not even decent enough to get your ass up in the morning and make sure your kid is leaving the house with a book bag and basic things that they need, I'm sorry, you're a trash parent. I stand on that. I don't care. You're trash. You are fucking trash. Chicago said, and black people make talk about homeschooling. LOL. So here's the thing. One of my brothers homeschooled all three of his children. Well, his wife. But she's a stay-at-home wife. So to be fair, she got the time for that, you know. But I think that's why she started staying home. And I'm not gonna lie to you, those particular nieces and nephews, they are advanced. I'm not gonna hold you. I've seen it in real life. Like the kids who get homeschooled, they do tend to be like smarter. I ain't gonna lie. I've seen it. Artifacts, I know I'm a part of the red pill. How am I part of the red pill? I don't even really understand what the red pill is. All they seem to do is talk about shitting on women all day. If you just even go over my last week, my most of my show has been about politics. Like I don't appreciate the false comparison. Stop comparing me to people because I'm not like these people. Uh that too, D Chicago. It said depends on who's teaching them. Um but yeah, so I was that's my only anecdotal experience when I look at those nieces and nephews. They're very, very smart. But you're right. Their parents are both educated. My brother and his wife are also like college graduates too. So that could you're right. You're right. But I'm just saying, yeah, this is sick. I don't really know. I don't know what to say. I don't have children, but like you can't force people to care about things they don't care about, right? Like there's no world where you should have to force parents to care about their child's well-being or their child's education or their child's ability to read and write and do math. Like that this should not be a conversation. It should not be on this level that these kids are failing. Like this is crazy. Crazy, crazy. And I don't know about every state, so I'm not going to say that. But at least in some of these states, there are resources available to you for free. These some of these schools be having after school programs. They have tutoring as an option. Again, I'm not saying everywhere, but those are options for some of these people. In New York, there's hella options like that. I know that for sure. There's a lot of options for people. There's a lot of resources for if your kid needs help. There's a lot of free programs, but I do understand everywhere is not like New York. I get that. Um, the internet as well is a free resource where you could damn near find anything about anything. You could find instructions on anything. You could type in probably how to help my fourth grader read better, and probably a million videos gonna pop up. So I just don't feel like there's many excuses for this. I promise I don't. D Chicago said, I don't even understand how it's that bad. Nah, it don't make sense. It don't make sense. It does not make sense. Hey Joshua. Oh shit, sorry. A second. I don't know. I could be maybe having a blind spot because again, I don't have kids. Uh, but I was a child. So I went to school. We didn't have we didn't have much either. But my mother was not playing no games. Like she was not. I'm sorry. She was not playing no games when it came to school. Like when you come home, my mom was hella strict too. You had to sit at the table right now and do your homework. Like, she do what you getting comfortable. Well, okay, you home, you got a little snack. Okay, yeah, sit your ass down. Let's do the like damn. But yeah, I just feel like people are not prioritizing their kids' education, and it is really sad. It's really sad. So I don't know, but this is not a bright future for Black people because if your kids can't read and do math, where they really going to work? What is their income potential really going to be? Now, of course, we're going to have some outliers, right? Like a Floyd Mayweather or a streamer who hits it really, really big. But do y'all know that's like 0.00001% of people? I just hope you understand that. What about my pops? Was he equally strict about my education? My father was in and out, in and out. So no, he's around. Sometimes he not around. Sometimes he around. But my dad's actually a Vietnam war veteran with extreme PTSD. So my dad was having issues, you know. So yeah. Damn, Deborah said I saw Jewish and Asian women on Instagram reading to their 3 month olds. I was like, then I read that increases their vocabulary by 200% by age 3. Everything is key. Wow. And then when my dad was around, he was trying to be the fun one, you know. My mom is strict. My dad popping in and out, in and out. He's trying to be the fun one. But yeah, no, my mom was the one that was really like not effing around on that. But I have struggled. Like math was, I think, always the hardest thing. Like when you get to advanced math and all that, you kind of start. I needed a tutor. I'm like, wait. But like basic math, like okay, how these kids are now. No, I was never like that. So, do you guys notice that if you go into a store and you give a cashier some money and they accidentally type out the wrong thing, they don't know how to mentally calculate your change. And I mean simple shit. Like if your purchase was $1.87 and you give them $2 and they press something wrong, they don't know how to mentally figure out that they should give you back 13 cents. I've seen this shit so many times where I have to tell them, okay, you need to give me back 18 cents, sis. I'm saying you need to give me back. Like I've had to literally do that for them several times. Pumps and the bumps say, yeah, my daughters are young and they can. I didn't have to teach them how to read. They naturally caught on to their friends and know how to read too. I used to read to my little cousins, and I just because I learned that on TV. I didn't even nobody told me to do that. I think I just seen it on TV, and then I started reading to my little cousins because they had a bunch of Dr. Seuss books. D Chicago said the lack of cash hurt the younger people. Maybe. Wait, I want to go to something Lena said. Because I think she said we were looking at this the wrong way. Where is it? Damn. Lena, what did you say? Because I wanted to acknowledge it, but I got distracted. Do you feel like we're being too harsh on the parents? Oh, okay. Lena said we are looking at it from the view of people who have. That's all I'm saying. No, that's fair. You're right. Because it's always easier to like criticize people when you're not in their shoes. So I want to be fair and say that. Like there are some parts of the like I understand that New York is a very different place. And I learned that when I started moving around. So you're correct. Like there are people who are in maybe dire circumstances that we have not seen. So to like project on everyone is wrong. But I'm just like, I don't know how else to look at it, Lena. Like you have to make sure your kids got basic. I don't know. I'm gonna have a hard time understanding why your kids don't have a book bag and a notebook and a pencil and a pen, like basic things. I'm gonna have a very hard time understanding that. D Chicago said it's a study that the lack of using cash has hurt our basic math skills. You know what I think? Oh, I seen something too, guys, but I lost it. Damn, it was this guy explaining how technology has it's harmful to our cognitive development. I think he said this is going to be the first generation of kids who are dumber than the parents. I think he said historically we have all outperformed our generation ahead of us, and that this generation is going to be the first that are not going to surpass the parents. And look what I just told you. I could have told y'all that from the shit I see when I'm outside. Like, you can't figure out that you need to give me 13 cents back mentally in your head. Like, that's crazy. April said, not every place is like New York, but I'm pretty sure there are places that have resources. Some people are just too lazy to go access them. If there's a will, there's a way. Right. I ain't gonna lie, Lena. I'm having a hard time with. I'm not saying your kid needs to be the flyest or even have the nicest book bag, but there were no resources available to you, not even if you went down to public assistance. No, there were no resources to help you get basic school supply. I have a hard time believing that. I really do. I'm sorry. I really do. I understand what you're saying. But I don't know. Certain shit I can't understand. Okay, so I'm gonna get on to my next thing. What's my next thing? Okay, so look at this, y'all. The tides are shifting. Okay. What do you think about this?
American public is so short-sighted. They're starting to think the Democrats might be the better option on the economy. 52% say they prefer Democrats compared to 48% who say they like the Republicans.
You heard that? You are short-sighted. You don't like what Trump's doing on the economy. You are anti-America. I love how these Republicans act so bewildered about why they're losing so much support. So Megan, let's think about this for a second. Why could the Republican Party be losing support on the economy? Could it be that you raised our prices with these tariffs that everybody said was a stupid idea? All the economists on earth said that it was dumb. Could it be that you plunged us into a war that raised our gas prices and everything else after that? Inflation's going up left and right. Could it be that you guys got rid of ACA subsidies, which led to healthcare premiums going up by 26%? Could it be that you got rid of clean energy? You had no reason why, but you did, and now energy bills are up 13%. Could it be that your stupidity as a party has raised our prices across the board? And maybe, just maybe, people think that they don't want to deal with that. You and Trump and Elon and all these folks promised that you were going to lower their prices on day one. That never happened. Instead of doing anything to invest in America, like making healthcare affordable, or in my belief, guaranteed, like universal health care or child care or any of those things, you just went and spent $3.4 trillion to go give new tax cuts to the richest people on earth. Maybe when you focus on giving rich people more and blowing up people instead of the pocketbooks of Americans, people realize that you don't need to be in office. Such a wild concept.
American public is so short-sighted. They're starting to think the Democrats might be the better option on the economy. 52% say they prefer Democrats compared to 48% who say they like the Republicans.
You heard that?
Is this normal, guys? Is this normal? This is like very early on in someone's presidency for them to be being so problematic. I'm sorry. That they got all of them Americans like ready to just switch their own party. Majority of them. Damn. What y'all think about this?
You are short-sighted. You don't like what Trump's doing on the economy. You are anti-America. I love how these Republicans act so.
I need some like smart Republicans up here. Somebody in the comments said we're literally watching Republicans crash the global economy. Damn.
So bewildered about why they're losing so much support. So Megan, let's think about this for a second. Why could the Republican Party be losing support on the economy? Could it be that you raised our prices with these tariffs that everybody said was a stupid idea? All the economists on earth.
Is this true? Somebody said my whole life Democrat presidents have a better economy at the end of their term and Republicans have a worse one. Damn.
Said that it was dumb. Could it be that you plunged us into a war that raised our gas prices and everything else after that? Inflation's going up left and right. Could it be that you guys got rid of ACA subsidies, which led to healthcare premiums going up by 26%? Could it be that you got rid of clean energy? You had no reason why, but you did, and now energy bills are up 13%. Could it be that your stupidity as a party has raised our prices across the board? And maybe, just maybe, people think that they don't want to deal with that. You.
Damn. Shit is rough. HT Bullman right on time talking about good board Venus. Here go the Democrat of the day. He said, another reason to vote Democrat. The country data proven does better under Democrats. I'm seeing. You know, you was on my mind when I saw this HT because I was like, damn. Remember I told you the other day, I'm like, I don't understand enough about politics. I can't really tell you policy and this and that. So I'm not going to argue. but we're gonna just have an open mind, okay? And as soon as I saw him literally going down all these lists of things, I was like, damn. Republicans have never known how to govern. Somebody in his comments said that. Damn. April said both parties are getting paid by the same super PAC. I don't put my faith in either one. Listen, I don't know much, but I do feel the shift in the economy as well. Let me tell you something about entrepreneurs or like business owners, or at least people who work in service, right? Usually a lot of service-based industries are luxury things, right? They're not necessities, they're luxury. So when people want to budget and save money and cut costs, you know, one of the first things they cut in their budget, luxuries, right? Because they're not necessities. So people might get their nails done less often than they used to, or they're, you know, whatever it is, they'll start cutting back. Maybe I'm not going to go to the salon every 2 weeks. Maybe I'm gonna go once a month. They start doing stuff like that. So that stuff has a trickle down effect to entrepreneurs as well, because our businesses rely on working people, right? And if working people broke, that's a problem. So yeah, I definitely kind of see a change in things. You know what I'm saying? Definitely see a change. It's like, it's weird. It's like, it's not super loud, but I kind of could see that people are trying to like penny pinch and hold back a little bit and not spend so much. I have seen that. But now that we on Trump and his stupidity, there was a compilation of videos. Oh, here it is. Hold up.
And though I highly doubt that you will be permitted any opportunity.
So Candace Owens put together a compilation of video to kind of show, hi Chicago-rilla. Here it is. Yeah, she put together a compilation of videos to kind of, I guess, show Trump where he's at with the country, because he's in extreme denial. And
though I highly.
So it says, Candace Owens was ahead of the curve, and I finally apologized to her. Candace Owens plays a compilation of former Trump allies disavowing and criticizing him as the tarnishing of his legacy continues. He is even getting slammed on Truth Social, which is his own platform. Okay, let's look.
Doubt that you will be permitted any opportunity to see what the crowd now thinks of you. I have to do my best to try. So here you are. Take a listen.
I don't know who's whispering to this guy's ear like freaking Grima Wormtongue from Lord of the Rings, but they're telling you wrong stuff, bro. Half of the people that I grew up with in this movement are not on Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin's team. Okay, we aren't neocons. We aren't war hawks. We want America first. And if you make me choose between America first and MAGA, it's America first all day. That's what MAGA was supposed to be. You were just the best vessel for it, bro. Don't get it twisted.
But as bad as he is, as corrupt as he's gotten, the insider trading, all of it, I'm really glad he's differentiating and saying, you're not with me, because I'm not with you. I don't want to be at your cool, corrupt kid, Howard Lutnick, Jeffrey Epstein class table. Thank you so much for delineating that I'm not with you, a sinking, burning ship. He wasn't loyal to his original mission. He wasn't loyal to America. He became a creature of Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, and all of his never Trumper enemies are now.
And though I highly doubt that you will be permitted.
The courtiers with the madness of King Lear telling him the lies and worshiping him the way he wants to hear it. And I am not one of those people.
This proves one of many things. The first thing, he shouldn't be in office anymore. Implement the 25th. He's not loyal to this country, and he's not loyal to anybody. Well, except for that little country in the Middle East. It's almost like he does what he's told. And the last president to tell that little country no was JFK, and we all know what happened to him. It's like, Donald Trump, how can you call them losers when you lose to Bibi Netanyahu in Israel every single day? When's the last time you told them no to anything?
He said Brigitte Macron is far more beautiful than Candace Owens.
All I can say is he's blind.
That's all across the internet. Take your pick, left and right. People understand that message was really your basket of deplorables moment. I mean, even on Truth Social, your very own platform, they've turned on you. Let's go through just some of these responses, okay? What? You are way out of line.
The courtiers with the madness of...
Are way out of line. Most of these people, especially Alex Jones, have been your day ones. That's correct. Just to remind you, Trump, when no one would have you on, when no media company would have you on, Alex Jones had you on his show. Person continues, you need to take a step back and take a good hard look at who is whispering in your ear and get back to America first. Next person, Trump, you are just going against everyone that fought for him to win just because of the Epstein files and being at war with Iran for Israel. They didn't leave MAGA, MAGA left them. Clearly, you are insane. Time to resign, Donald, or face the 25th. You are mentally and emotionally unfit to be POTUS. You are so childish. Clearly, the truth has triggered you, being one of your biggest supporters. I am done with you and your lies. Look at the mess that you have gotten our country into by bending the knee to a monster. I could go on, but I have to say that when I was looking online, in my view, what was the most brutal and sadly a recurring response all across social media was this. Take a look at this tweet about Charlie. People were saying that Charlie would be on this list if they hadn't killed him. Are way out of line. Most of these people, especially Alex Jones, have been your day ones that killed him. Like I said, many people said that in different ways. Charlie would be on this list if they hadn't killed him. So you should probably take a second to fully absorb what is being implied there. What is being implied there is that there is no truth and there is no loyalty within you. Killed him.
So yeah, Olympus has fallen, or not yet, but it's on the way. I wonder like what happens next, because Trump does need to go, and everybody knows this. I know Joshua's in the chat. He's going to be a diehard, cognitive dissonance, crazy person, but everybody knows that he needs to go. I never seen anything like this in my life. Have y'all seen it? I've never seen a president piss off his own supporters at this magnitude and this fast. And I absolutely believe, obviously, the people in Israel have something on him, or he just understands how they are no nonsense. I don't want to get too deep on here because, those people own this whole platform, okay? But the way they present, right? This is the Holy Land. These are God's people. These are some evil people. And they into some real sick, and I mean sick shit. The more I'm learning about them, listen, these people are not what they present to be at all. And I really believe that they have some dirt on Trump, or he's really just afraid of them, because this shit don't make no sense. It doesn't. It doesn't. The people that voted for him got exactly what they wanted. He made promises to everything that is happening now. So are the people surprised? Well, I don't think war was a part of the thing. I don't think. Damn, April said, I remember Trump was the same person that said Obama and Biden were going to be the ones to start war. Now look. He's falling asleep in cabinet meetings and shit every day. The Fox propaganda network isn't going to tell y'all the truth. Yeah, I think he's doing a good enough job on his own of making himself look crazy. I really, really do. But I want to get into this. Now that we're talking about Candace Owens, do you guys know who Laura Loomer is? Y'all know who that is? Let me see if this is it right here. Yeah, speaking of Israel, she's a little hat. I don't know exactly what the hell she does, but apparently she's beefing with Candace Owens. Listen to her.
And for some reason, there's a lot of people that are really afraid of this nappy-headed black bitch who just has a lot to say, but not really a lot to offer. So I'm not afraid of Candace Owens, and I'm happy to match her energy. I'm happy to wrestle in the mud with that bitch and, roll around and hurl insults back and forth with her if that's what she wants to do. I'm not afraid of Candace Owens. There's really honestly nothing that this woman can do to me. There's nothing that Candace Owens can say about me that's going to harm me. Candace Owens is a liar, okay? And she's a deeply insecure woman who is very unloved at the end of the day. This is a woman who is allegedly in a relationship with a gay man who is always going to feel the rejection of her family, the rejection of her mother, the rejection of her family that she claims left her alone when she was 14 years old, right, to fend for herself. This is a girl whose parents gave up on her at a very young age, and she is not loved. And as I said, God hates you, Candace. God hates you. Your husband hates you. Humanity hates you. Everybody who loved Charlie Kirk hates you. Your children are 100% going to hate you. And if what Milo is saying about your husband allegedly getting plunged in the ass by other men is true, your husband, the person that you're supposed to grow old and died with, hates you, Candace. So just, there's one thing that you need to do, Candace. You need to just internalize how hated you are. Okay. Just understand how much oxygen you're stealing and what a shame it is, how much oxygen you are robbing from this planet. I think there needs to be like a quota on the oxygen that Candace is allowed to consume. Just understand how hated you are. I just want you to internalize every single time you do your show and you think that you are, spreading your truth. Just internalize how hated you are, Candace, and just know that you are truly irredeemable. Nothing you say or do is ever going to be able to redeem your dark soul. Candace Owens is just one resentful ghetto black bitch. Like that.
Okay, one resentful ghetto black bitch. Okay, so she supposedly has had an affair with Trump. I can see that. I don't know how to feel about this. First of all, I don't like white women using that language, because it just makes me reflect on the way black people speak to each other in public, and how all you're really doing, or all we're really doing, is giving talking points and negative things to say about each other, right? But this is when it's just rooted in racism and stupidity. Candace Owens doesn't have nappy hair. We've never seen her with nappy hair. I don't even think this white woman knows what nappy hair even is supposed to mean. But she'll say it right. Ghetto. Candace Owens is a lot of things. Ain't nothing ghetto about her. Nothing. She's well-spoken. She's educated. She's accomplished. Right? So none of that even applies to her. But these are the tropes you get to just say when you're talking about a black woman. You know what I'm saying? And then I just think, like, where do you get that language from? Where do you get that from? That's my issue with it. The other thing is, because I don't know, a lot of black people have an issue with Candace. And I will admit, I was not informed all the way on her history. And I'm still learning, but I have learned, like, she's done a lot of problematic shit against the group. And so for that, I'm not trying to defend nobody too tough once I find that out. Like, oh, you were sitting up there. Like, I watched a video of her criticizing the Sonia Massey shooting. I've heard other things about her. I'm like, you know what? I did like Candace, but learning the things I'm learning, I can't really defend this, okay? I think, like, this is what usually happens with a lot of coons. And from what I understand, she was on some coon shit. They will sacrifice their own or people that look like them to cozy up under these people. And it always ends like this. When they're done with you, you're going to see how they really feel about you. I agree, Joshua. He said they're trying to push Candace out of the GOP. 1,000%. Trump just posted a crazy ass picture of her on the fake ass Time magazine thing, looking crazy. I just had it. I'm trying to find it. But no, you can tell there's like a organized effort to completely slander her, push her out, isolate her, all type of shit. April said, I'm not a fan of Candace Owens, not even a little bit, but I respect where she's at and how hard she's worked. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I just don't know enough, So didn't have a problem with Candace Owens, but like, people have been telling me things, and just a little bit I've seen, I'm like, oh shit, damn. I hate when I discover people and I like them, and then I find out all this other shit they were doing. So I don't know. Should we just forgive her? I don't know how harmful what she's done was yet, but how does this work? Are we supposed to hate people forever? Or are we allowed to forgive them? How do y'all feel about it? Oh, and this might go into my theory. Let me see something. Where are Candace Owens' parents from? Because I want to call her a tether, just because that's tether behavior. But let me double check. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Oh, yep. It says her paternal family has roots in North Carolina and she has Caribbean American heritage through her grandmother from St. Thomas. How did I know? You guys think I'm crazy with the tether stuff, but I'm gonna tell y'all, y'all just pay attention, okay? I'm not gonna say 10 times out of 10 because we have coons. Don't get it twisted. We definitely do. But 9 times out of 10, what I've been finding is when I see Black people who are oh so quick to sacrifice other Black people, completely go against Black people, even when they shouldn't be, and they're like on the side of white supremacy or on the side of the people who want to like just completely shit all over you. 9 times out of 10, that's because they don't feel connected to Blackness ethnically the way we do. This is just a fact. That is why that's okay for them to do, because that's not when they're thinking of their lineage, their heritage, their culture. Me and that person are thinking about two completely different groups. So that is why it's so easy for them to get up and do shit like this. They don't view it as harmful to their people because you're not their people. So people think I'm crazy for saying that, but look what happens 9 times out of 10 when I look into the background, we see one common thread, right? We went through this before. I'm gonna do a whole show on, I believe Tether started the gender war. I really do. I got a whole theory, y'all. I feel like Tether men who felt rejected by Black American women grew up and they wanted their lick back. And because they looked like Black Americans didn't understand this and got on the same gravy train, and they didn't really realize like these people are really here to divide and conquer. Make no mistake about it. And that's what makes them so dangerous. And that's why people want to delineate. That is exactly why. Because on the surface, just looking, you cannot differentiate. So we have to verbally let you know, because we've seen it too many times. Because if you guys just think about it, think about the most hateful people you hear speak about Black women. Are any of them FBA? Think about that. Maybe 1 out of 10. But when you think about the largest names that you can possibly think of who push Black woman hatred content, guess what 95% of them have in common? They are not FBA. So I feel like Tether's literally started a whole gender war where they have Black American men and Black American women at odds fighting against each other because we didn't understand. I didn't understand. I thought those was Black men at first. I understand now. Oh, no, it's not. A lot of times, no, it's not. D Chicago said, I never thought about that. Tommy isn't. He might be the 1 out of 10, right? I said 90% of the time. But I've heard he had Panamanian roots now. I don't know if that's true, but I have heard that. You said Angry Man. Angry Man has told me personally that he has white grandparents or something like that. I'm not like spreading rumors. He literally told me that. So he's not FBA either. Pay attention, y'all. I'm not lying on nobody. I promise you, the loudest voices in this gender war and this Black woman hatred, 9 times out of 10, those are not FBA men. They're not. These people are fucking wicked, and that's why the FBA wants to delineate, because y'all don't even understand. Y'all don't even understand. I didn't even understand. And I feel bad about it, because now I'm getting triggered and I'm angry and I'm talking shit about Black men. Meanwhile, I had to figure out, wait, most of these people are not fucking FBA, but they get to cosplay. They look like one. They talk like one. They sound like one. So they trick us, the Black women, and the Black American men, because now the Black American men hear them and maybe they can relate to 1 or 2 of the things they're saying. And so they want to join forces with them, not realizing, no, they hate your entire group. They'll use you, take your money, divide you from your women, because they couldn't have access to your women and they're still mad about high school because somebody teased them about an accent or didn't want to talk to them. So they're willing to fucking disrupt an entire race of people I think Black Americans need to understand you guys are not like immigrants. You don't think like them. You don't live like them. You do not understand. They are very different. Very different. They are not like you, and you are not like them. And I know it sounds crazy, but that's how wicked these people are. And I need y'all to start paying attention, because I feel stupid as hell for falling into that, because I didn't realize that. But 9 times out of 10, the people who are bashing Black women, those are not foundational Black American men. They are not. They are fucking not. They're not. So we got foreigners or descendants of foreigners intentionally causing a huge divide between Black American men and women, all because of their jealousy, insecurity, inferiority to Black Americans. Because how the hell do we think about this shit, right? How do we even get to a point where somebody like a Myron Gaines, that's his name, is a political commentator on some land he wasn't born in, he don't come from? How does he become the spokesperson for Black men or any white Americans? How does that person become that? Make that make sense. How? None of it makes any sense. Yup, look at what Chicago said. I just heard O'Shea Duke Jackson confirm that Pan-Africanism doesn't exist in the motherland, and that made me pause. Chicago, I'm not mad at you, because I understand we've all been fooled. I promise you, we've all been fools. We all been fooled. We all thought it was this one flat blackness. We all thought that, but the Black Americans were the dummies. I'm sorry, we were. We didn't realize that we were the only ones thinking that. Because you guys can't relate. Y'all don't come from the extreme circumstances these people do, extreme poverty. Y'all don't understand what it's like to look at the Black American and feel like I deserve what they have, and I'm gonna go over there, I'll do anything and everything to get it. You don't understand what it's like to be from a different land where you're colonized and you're brainwashed into hating the Black Americans before you even get over there. You never even met one. Y'all, we don't experience any of the shit they do or their parents do. Stop making the mistake of thinking y'all the same. Y'all not the fucking same. Chicago said, I'm hyper focused on my local community even more. Listen, as a New Yorker, my local community is mixed. It's too mixed in. But this is my other point. Because I know so many non-FBA people, this is kind of fucked up. Because are they all like this? No, hell no. They're not all like this. But there's too many of them that are. And so it's causing like a huge divide, a huge problem for everybody. Because part of it is they don't want to check. They don't want to check themselves. Because I've seen some videos. Shout out to these people. I've seen videos of like Mexican people coming out, calling out other Mexican people for being racist. I've seen videos of like certain Caribbean people coming out, calling out other people for being, there's a small percentage of them that will do that. And I appreciate those people because they really don't have those negative intentions. So they're not trying to do that bullshit. But there's been like a minority of people coming forward and telling the truth about what these people think about you, what their intentions are. Like, it is crazy. For real, April, she said, truth be told, this is why I'm not that close to some of my West Indian side of the family. They talk too much shit about Black Americans. Meanwhile, they are benefiting from being in the United States. You see what I'm saying? We got people like April who have Caribbean roots who even come tell us the truth. So that's why it grinds my gears when people be lying in our face. Like, that's not a thing. We know it's a thing. I know plenty of Caribbean people and it's a thing. There is this like built-in hatred for us before people even get over here. I've been told this by some of my friends. Like, these are my friends. They're just telling me the truth. Like, they try to like explain it like, it's a lot of ignorance and it's a lot of old school, but these are the people who are raising these people. Douglas says, Battle of the Sexes have always existed. It was a white thing. Nothing I can see from generations before indicate that it was a thing in the black community. So I'm shocked to see it. Well, now we discovered why. We have a mole, and by mole, I'm talking about like just all these different groups across the diaspora, but specifically the ones who are doing this divide and conquer shit. Like, again, my FBA is always my concern because I just feel like we need to understand like there's opposition coming from everywhere, every group, everywhere. And you guys have been way too passive, way too accepting. You don't gatekeep nothing. You want to invite everybody to the cookout. You want to be, but I understand like the reason FBA we're operating that way is because of all of the conditioning that they've endured in this country to like always being not good enough, you know, always needing to measure up, you know, being like made out to be the worst thing in society. And so I think that internally made Black people want to seek acceptance from everyone. But I'm glad to see that people are waking up and realizing like, nah, you don't need acceptance from everyone. And that's not something you could like coon into. That's why I don't like that. It's like if people are gonna like you and respect you, they should respect where you stand on things. You shouldn't have to completely talk shit about the people that look like you in order for them to accept you. Nobody see a problem with that? That makes no sense. Oh my God, D Chicago says every child should have to take Spanish starting in preschool so we can compete when it comes to jobs. And that's the thing. Even that, D Chicago, why are there states? Think about this is the United States, okay? Why are there places where you can't even get hired unless you speak Spanish in a country that speaks English? Why is that? They're not forced to conform to your native language. Now you're forced to conform to theirs. That is insanity. And I heard, I need to look into this, that in places like Florida and Texas, they are completely getting, and this is what a lot of immigrants come here to do. I'm telling y'all, Black people, this shit wicked. They want to replace you. I promise you they do, because historically in this country is white first and then the second and Black second, right? Those are the two groups. They want that spot you're in, right? So now we have it, from what I heard, even in places like a McDonald's, fast food, it doesn't matter. All of the Spanish speaking people have taken over these jobs and they will not hire any Black people and they're pushing them out of the workforce. I've heard this about Texas and I've heard this about Florida. Now I need to look more into it, but apparently this is a thing. I've seen some videos on TikTok about it. I need to like pull them up and get them over here. But this is absolutely a thing. Just start paying attention if you guys live in those areas when you go into certain stores and look around you and look who works there. Damn. Oh, wow. Chicago said they're doing that in Chicago as well. These immigrants ain't come to play. They did not come to play. They come to like take whatever, however. And I again, I feel like FBA, people got to smarten up and understand. I understand y'all want to be on this We Are the World shit, but nobody's playing like that with y'all. Nobody. Damn, Chicago. D Chicago said they're doing it in Chicago as well. Damn. I don't know, y'all. I don't know what we do with all of that because it's a difficult thing. I'm not trying to be xenophobic or hateful to any group, but I absolutely care about my group and I absolutely don't appreciate this shit. I don't. Unless somebody could prove me wrong, as of now, I'm standing on the tether started the gender war shit with Black people. I really am. I'm sorry. Because when you even listen to these men talk, a lot of it is like their own personal hatred for Black women. Let's just start with that. That's what the root of it usually is. And then somehow all of the content becomes about how problematic everything about the Black woman is. And I just hate that, like, it took this long for people to start putting the pieces together and even see that. But like, that's kind of, I understand now. Shout out to the FBA. Some of my FBA sources will remain unnamed, but the FBA started putting the pieces together, like really looking into who is who, and that was the common theme. It was like a lot of them are not Black American to begin with, and they're making money off of the hatred of the Black American woman, and then convincing and recruiting Black American men to hate the Black American women. But if you really look at our history, FBA, that's never been a thing. Like, I don't recall it ever being on this level of like, I don't ever recall that. But this is what happens when you don't gatekeep. Hi, Freezy. Good morning. D Chicago said, I find it funny that Black guys who clearly don't date are mad at women. D Chicago said, this space has driven a lot of people crazy. Yes, it has. That's why I told y'all. Well, you didn't hear the beginning of the show. I said, I'm about to just start keeping my distance because, yeah, it is driving me crazy. These people are out of their fucking minds, for real. Really out of their minds. So I want y'all to pay attention to that. I need everybody to really pay attention to that. I think Tether started the gender war. Pay attention to what the most popular Black woman haters are, who they are and where they come from. And make no mistake about it, Tether has no problem denying where they come from. They're adapting too. They know that's the thing now, so they will lie to you and tell you they're American when they're not. I promise you, I've seen it. Just listen to a Tariq Nasheed video and see when he asks his callers, where you calling from? Look at how, just pay attention to how difficult it'd be for them to answer that question. It's crazy. Like, it is crazy the lengths people go to not answer that question. So I promise you, they have no problem lying about where they're from. Hey, Brittany B. She said, Venus, I told you that 3 years ago when you tried to get me to come back. You told me that the Tethers started the gender war? Or you told me like, oh, these people are like crazy? Yeah, nah. Nah, you wasn't wrong. This shit is fucking insanity, girl. It is. And I really have to evaluate some things. I understand, Brittany. I understand. Because I'm like, yo, the behavior of these people on this internet is sick. It's obsessive. Okay. It's abusive. It's strange. Nah, it is crazy. It's just the energy. They was making fun of me, but one day I said it's a whole demonic energy over this space. And they was making fun of me for this. It was in the chat like, oh, the day to get you is over. Like, but I meant what I said, and I said what I mean. There's a certain energy that just exists here. And if you hear it too long, you can't help but get some of it on you. Some of these people bring out the worst part of you, the ugliest parts of you, the meanest parts of you. And I'm not trying to take responsibility off of self. I'm really not. But I'm just like, damn. Outside of the internet, there is no circumstance where anyone's calling me out of my name, where anyone's disrespecting me, where I'm disrespecting anybody, where I'm calling anyone out of their name, where I'm like, that doesn't even exist in my life. No reason for it. When you come here and expose yourself to these people, it's a whole different thing. I got a couple of super chats, which I really appreciate. So I'm going to celebrate y'all real quick. Made a super chat. Okay, thank you, Josh. He says, my apologies for neglecting the like button. I appreciate you. Please press the like button. Look at Josh, for example. This is what I was talking about earlier about like you don't got a coon to kick it. This is a whole white nationalist, if y'all don't know. And I am what he would call a whole black nationalist. And we cool. I mean, internet cool, but we cool. Like I don't understand black people who feel like they gotta shit on their group for some white people to approve of them. I will never in my fucking life. What? No. Thank you, Chicago Rilla, for the $5. He says, good effing build V. This is a dope conversation for consideration. Enjoy your Saturday. And Rilla, listen, I know how you feel about the Pan-Africanism thing, even though you don't call yourself that, but that is the ideology. Which is fine. A lot of black people are Pan-Africanist at heart. So I understand this is probably like a lot for you. I would just suggest, do your own research and see if it's any validity to what people are saying. I know there is, but I want you to look into it for yourself. And so you could like fully understand, even go look at some of the people who moved over there and returned back and what they've made videos about it. Like it is not an equally yoked relationship. It's not at all. Thank you, Joshua, for the $10. He says, I refuse to let Illa outdo me in a super chat. Thank you, Rilla, for the $5. He says, in this lifetime and every lifetime, I would choose to come back blacker than I was before. I think black people have to do a better job at like gatekeeping, because look how easy it is to come and infiltrate the group and cause all this infighting. Like, look how easy it is to do. I'm pretty said nobody might be up in my vagina as much as these people. Listen. Speaking of up in your vagina, I was on somebody's show and I saw somebody write, why he arguing with her? She's a hoe. And I remember reading that going, what? Like, what the fuck? Nigga, you don't know one person I slept with. I'm a hoe now? And mind you, I don't know who this person is, but you're right. The one thing these niggas gonna do is talk about your sexual organs or how you look, because they actually are low IQ. One thing I noticed about people with low IQs, the thing they always run to is very low vibrational. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't have any substance. They don't have any depth, right? So they're always gonna go to sex. Like, it just, every insult is gonna be like how you look or something to do with your vagina. It's very strange. You don't have much else floating around in those little heads. So I don't know. Who are you talking about, D Chicago? Monsieur Candy, a colonizer taking out his aggression on me makes me uncomfortable. Well, I'm gonna drop the link real quick, and if nobody wants to come, I can enjoy my Saturday. Okay, I wanted to stay for 2 hours, and we're almost there. April said these niggas talk about a woman hot pocket in their spaces because they can't get it. I don't know what the reason is, but I think that's because they don't view women as people, right? So they reduce women down to their sexual organs anyway. So that's the first thing they're gonna talk about. And because I think they think I don't know. I said this yesterday and they don't get it. A lot of men think women operate the way they do. So the insults, I don't know, be coming from a weird male ego place. I don't know. I'm trying to post the link. 1 second, y'all. But yeah, it's sick. The clout chasing gotta stop. Chicago said we stay inviting people to the cookout because our core community. But we need to keep facts. And that doesn't mean be mean to people. That doesn't mean hate people. That doesn't mean you can't hang out with people, be their friends, shop at their businesses. None of that means none of that. But first and foremost, Black Americans it's okay to gatekeep your culture because everybody else gets to have a culture. And we are respectful. Like, we don't impose ourselves on anybody and tell them you don't have a culture. We don't do that, right? But everybody feels comfortable to do it to you because y'all never protected the culture. So everybody feels like they have access to it. That's the problem. That is the problem. I respect them other countries. Like, you can't go over there popping that shit or you're gonna be dealt with. And I think that's appropriate. I really do. Everybody else gets to gatekeep their culture. And that doesn't mean hatred for anybody else. Did the link post, y'all? My computer's being weird as hell. Let me see. Meanwhile, us women don't want anyone from this space. Hell, social as a whole, but let them tell it. All the women want them. Now I will in a minute. Like I said, I had till 12:30. I had in my mind said I was gonna do 2 hours, so I'm not at the 2 hour mark yet. I came on here like 10:30. I feel. Are you guys able to see that I posted the link or not? Because this is very strange. It keeps saying it rejected my comment. I don't know why it's doing that. Every time I post a link, it says YouTube rejected your comment. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean, y'all? Okay. Everybody's saying I don't see a link. What? All right, let's try this. That's crazy. Hi, Sherelle. Sherelle done came late to the party. We almost done. Always waking up late. Oh, yes. Let me update you, Sherelle, because Sherelle is like Chicago Rilla. She loves everybody, too. And I'm not saying they shouldn't. But Sherelle, my new theory is, well, it's not new. A lot of FBA feel Tethers started the gender war. They did a divide and conquer against Black Americans. If you pay attention to the loudest voices that absolutely hate Black women, 9 times out of 10, they are not FBA. This was a very intentional act to divide and conquer to the Black American. This is a theory. I want you to be aware because I just want you to start paying attention to who's saying what. Just saying. I'm trying to text this link to myself. I don't understand why I'm copying and pasting it on YouTube and on StreamYard, and you guys are saying you don't see it. That's very strange. And I'm tired of people trying to low-key gaslight me and just not telling the truth, right? Because then when I say that, then it's, oh, Venus is xenophobic. I'm really not, though. But again, it's the same like white supremacy tactics where whenever you tell the truth, there's a campaign to shame you out of telling the truth. I'm just not going for it. I don't hate anybody, but y'all need to pay attention. I ain't say shit wrong. I don't lie on people. I said try a random text first and then try this. Okay. Yeah, that didn't work. All right, this is my last attempt. If I can't get it to work this way, I'm just going to be like, catch y'all on another day. I think I covered all my topics that I want to talk about. And I want to say this. I got to get this off. Some of you men are weirdos, like straight up and down. For real. Okay, do you guys see this now? Oh, Freezy, thank you for the Cash App. What does this mean? Is YouTube trying to sabotage me? This is the way you always post the link. You just copy and paste it. And it keeps saying YouTube rejected your comment. This is fairly common when sharing a link. You may need to share the link another way. These are the only two ways I know how to do it, and none of it's working. Who has a wrench here? Let me try this. Freezy, I know you're listening because I literally just got your Cash App. So can I DM you the link, and can you see if you can post it in the chat, Freezy? Please, real quick. I just sent it to you, Freezy. Tether this, tether that. I'm just telling you, don't fall for the propaganda, Sherelle. If you look at the loudest voices on the hate black women propaganda train, you're going to find that 9 times out of 10, they are not foundational black Americans. So they have come in and got the FBA men and women to start hating each other and fighting. That's what they've been able to successfully do. And so we're here to correct that shit, okay? Freezy, I sent it to you. But yeah, you missed all of my topics, okay? And don't point to me to the occasional coon because it's always going to be one, okay? I'm not saying we don't have our own. We got enough of our own. We don't need no extras pretending to be something. Well, guys, let me show you this real quick. Let me share the screen. Oh, snap. So it works now that Freezy did it, but they wouldn't let me do it. Thank you, Freezy. Can y'all see that? Because I see it. Wow. Okay, one last thing. So you guys seen this Russell Brand? What's his name? You guys know who Russell Brand is? If you like are around my age
in Europe and
when we were in high school, I feel like he was on MTV. I can't remember exactly why. Yes, we see it. Thank you, Freezy. Joshua, is that you?
Morning, girl. How you doing?
Good. Oh, look at one of your people. Okay, look at the European.
Oh God, this guy. I don't like Russ.
No, he is a perfect example of you Europeans. So look at this, guys. Y'all remember Russell Brand? It says Russell Brand tries to justify sleeping with a 16-year-old by citing European consent laws as he faces RAPE and sexual assault charges in the UK. Oh God.
In the United Kingdom where I'm from, the age of consent is 16, and I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30. But when I was 30, I was a very different person. I was a lot younger, and I was an immature 30-year-old. Consensual sex, actually, with a variety of people, when there is a strong power differential, as there is when you're a famous man that has the ability to attract women that I had at that time, I think involves exploitation. I think it is exploitative. I recognize that my sexual conduct in the past was selfish, and I did not apply enough consideration, barely any, I suppose, really, to how that sex was affecting other people. In Europe and in the United Kingdom where I'm from, the age of consent is 16, and I did sleep with a 16-year-old.
You know what I really hate? When somebody did all their dirt for 1,000 years, and then all of a sudden, now that they're in trouble, they want to come back talking about, I do understand that it's exploitive and how damaging it is to younger women. All of a sudden, you understand? Why is that? All of a sudden. This is weird.
Pretty much because we can. Effectively speaking, that's why we do the debauchery that we do, because we can. The reason why, like the upper class, the reason why the upper class can do it so often, and we find it out about it in the media, is again because we can, and we think we can get away with it.
Well, they can though, because Epstein files been released. I don't see nobody in jail.
Epstein was on the sex offenders registry long before he even purchased that island.
And everybody was still hanging out with him. Right. The
Yeah.
elite.
Yeah. I mean, that is what it is.
But I wanted to show y'all something that's hilarious. Like, especially if you're a Christian, right? Or a believer in this country. I want to show you guys because I'm starting to really understand like these people who push religion, a lot of them don't believe in it themselves. They just use it to manipulate. So look at Russell with his Bible. Watch this, y'all.
Can I go?
It says Russell Brand brought a Bible to court and to his interview, but could not find a single verse when Piers Morgan asked him to read one. So he was live on TV. Now he all of a sudden he's a Bible thumper now. He running around everywhere with his little Bible, right? So Piers Morgan, I don't know. Every time I see him, I feel like he's on the right side of history. I like this guy. He asked him to, hey, okay, give us like a passage or something that, probably is helping you deal with all of this. Look at your boy.
Can I go back to asking you a question about your Bible?
Yes, if you want to.
Thank you. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were seeing, looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right.
You were looking at some passages. What were the relevant passages for you? Most people, if they were reading the Bible, they could tell you something in there. Even if they don't have all the words, they may not have the actual book, chapter, verse, all that. But like, they can tell you something, especially if they were recently reading. Look at
Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. I didn't hurt, did it?
A little bit. It was this from Isaiah. And you're right, Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty... It's this. They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember, you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah. Excuse me. No, I'm not going to mark it before. It says here.
Oh my God.
The verse that I was looking at that day was not this. I can't actually find the verse that I had that day, but this is good enough. This is from Isaiah 12.
Can I go back?
Oh my. Yes, Freezy. Oh my goodness. You know what I really appreciate? That Piers Morgan understood the assignment. Because I love when people are about to just expose themselves. And then, I hate when somebody else can see that, so they'll jump in and try to break up the silence and try to divert. No. This man is playing with people's faith. People actually really believe in this. And they need to see when people are perpetrating a fraud. No, hell no. What you think about this, Joshua, as the atheist that you are?
Can I go?
Oh, I'm a staunch. You go against your local religion, you might as well be just lined up against a wall. To me, it's the same concept as going against your own culture. That's really what it boils down to. He'll get his in the end, though. Not long. Trust me. His charges were brought up in 2025. This shit's all popping out. He gonna tank. He was already tanking. Let him burn. Just let him burn.
But this was more of a broader conversation for me outside of him. Just because people use religion. They did that the whole election, right? People will use religion to absolutely, because it's so powerful, right? And it does work and it's effective. And so I just have to start pointing out now that we know this, like we cannot be falling for people just because they got a Bible in their hand, guys, just because they saying the word Christian. Like this is my own awakening too, realizing like people absolutely be playing about that stuff. They don't care nothing about it. Nothing about it.
Do you see the Trump rendition with Jesus? Did you see that?
We mean a Trump rendition.
Oh, you're gonna have to.
Well, when he
get
put
off the screen,
when he put a picture of himself as Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah, I did a show.
check it out.
It was on a thumbnail on my page last week sometime. Whenever he did it, I did a show about it.
This is a constant thing, right? Like it's constant. And to be fair, it's a horrible problem we have in the conservative group. The vast majority, I say that a good 30 to 70%, and I still can't iron out a number, are all grifting as Christians. And there's nothing really you can do about it. This is why I openly state I'm an atheist. I subscribe to the political policy. I just lack the faith.
You know why I think it was the best thing he could have done? Because that helped propel his own group turning against him, which I'm here for. He pissed off enough of his own group when he did that. So I'm here for it. They need to see.
Are you talking about Brand or Trump?
I'm talking about Trump.
Oh, Trump. Trump was never. If he would have stood up during his campaign and stated he was a Christian, like he would get laughed at in his face. None of us believe that, right? Just looking at his history.
So why do you think people got so mad at him disrespecting Christianity now, if that's the case? If you think nobody...
Well, it's kind of pretty damn sacrilegious to start using symbolism with it. The cross itself isn't really anything other than a symbol of Christianity, right? It's just a symbol that people adopted, right? However, you start playing with that thing, right? It's going to get ugly real fast. And to be fair, Trump does have to actually deal with the Christian nationals, right? He's the one that can put a lot of those, appointed those in offices, and they're doing what their agenda, which is not part of Trump's agenda. They're doing what they do, and he knows it. Yeah, Freezy ain't wrong. He ain't wrong at all.
Freezy said he's just one of the many in the industry. The entertainment industry is a sex offender funnel. This is a fact. Oh my goodness. But I wonder why are they coming against him now? It's like at certain times, everybody in the industry be knowing these things about these people, but it's like with Diddy, all of them. It's like certain times, I don't know if they piss off the wrong person, but then all of a sudden, everything just comes out like out of nowhere. It's everywhere. So I feel like that he pissed off the person, his Russell Brand character.
You already said why. Because a person is useful for what you can use them for. Once you're finished with it, what else do you need that person for?
Damn. So you can't just let them peacefully go off because they held you down and did your dirt? You got to do that. You go.
I told you hands down, I'm not MAGA. I'm GOP, right? Like it's the party above everything else, right? And Christian nationalism comes in there, right? That's just that's the group that I would align with, right? Everything else just comes secondary. And so here, the GOP party, right? Like everybody talks about the concept of the LGBT group as an agenda being pushed on the DNC. Well, they have the same thing on the right. It's called log cabin Republicans. They're gay, like literally a homosexual party in representation, politically speaking. Right? Everybody do everything. We need the voting block.
Damn, I want to play this one more time. This silence was so painful, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I want to show the people again. Shout out to Pierce Morgan, man. He is hilarious because I feel like he knew what he was doing by even asking that, and he knew what he was doing by silently just sitting there, no matter how long it took. I love that he did not make it easier for him.
Back to asking you a question about your Bible.
Yes, if you want to.
Thank you. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were seeing, looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. That didn't hurt, did it?
A little bit.
First of all, anybody who really has a Bible and they use it, your pages do not sound like crispy like that. That Bible sound brand new.
It was this from Isaiah. You're right. Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty. It's this. They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember, you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah. Excuse me. Man, did I mark it before? It says here, the verse that I was looking at that day.
Freezy said that bit high as hell. Speaking of Bible, Freezy got Bible study today in a little while, which I should be attending. I'll be there. What's up, Joshua? What do you have to say? Because I'm about to end the show. I just had to show y'all that. That was funny as hell.
Only thing I gotta say is congratulations on yesterday. I thought it was a great conversation. A little upset that nobody could answer my question, right? And I think it's absolutely deplorable that three women can dominate a panel like that and not a single guy can answer their question or even speak onto the topic, which I think kind of fits into this topic. Do you think it's the case that we're all just kind of out chasing popularity?
Wait, you lost me. Congratulations on what yesterday? Because I think
I'm not plugging another person's show, but the panel that you were on yesterday, did you notice that everybody that came up against you and Diva in conversation could never actually address anything that you had to say?
That's like every day. Yeah.
Okay. Now look at exactly all of the things that you're covering on a political agenda, right? Say like the white lady going after Candace Owens. Was any of it anything that was directly pointed at Candace Owens as opposed to just a character attack?
Right.
So
It was
does
about
it?
ghetto. She looked like this. Her family, nobody loves you. But it was like literally no. This is what I keep saying about these. There's no substance with most people. That's what I'm just realizing. They're all full of shit. Like they are. She's just like those men. What did we say earlier? They just like talk about you sexually or how you look because they don't have any substance. That white woman was no different. She would have talked about everything about Candace. And she didn't say anything, any actual problem. Like what? We didn't get any substance out of that. Okay.
Right. I think it's the case that the vast majority of us are after popularity. That's it. And apparently the only way to get popular is to talk trash about the next person.
I'm not after popularity by talking trash about the next person, but I mean, I think there's some truth in what you're saying. I'm so happy you said that. You reminded me of something I wanted to talk about. So, do you guys notice that rage baiting black people is a very popular thing now? Do you guys notice that? Like even that lady you're talking about, right? Laura Loomer calling Candace Owens a nappy-headed bitch, right? She understands that language is going to upset black people, right?
Right.
But guess what it's going to also do? It's going to get a lot of eyes on her.
Correct.
So people are using rage bait as a marketing tool. And actually, shout out to the Grits and Eggs podcast. I was listening to Deontay Kyle and he broke this down so perfectly yesterday. People are using rage bait as a marketing tool specifically to you black people to turn your to like trigger you emotionally and then turn your emotions into money for themselves, right? Because you're going to get angry about it, you're going to talk about it, you're going to share it, and it's going to translate to them as engagement and money, right? So there's a whole group of white people who are now intentionally just saying the most racist, the most outlandish, the most ridiculous, the most disrespectful. Doesn't even have to be true, doesn't matter. The rage bait is the new marketing, and it benefits them financially. And yeah, we see that all over, right? Like you drag the black women, you're gonna, even if you're black, right, you're gonna get incentivized. So like I just wanted to, I thought that was a dope thing he was talking about with our attention and how we have to be careful. And maybe now that we know that, not being so reactionary to every little thing, because that's exactly what they want you to do. Because you're gonna get their content in front of more eyes. Uh, yeah, it was interesting. I need the link. I need to share that video. I'm gonna put it on my community tab so I can watch it. He's breaking it down like I was like, I never thought about it like this, but he's right.
Do you think that like last night that was kind of what the guys were doing? They were more about their own seeking of attention as opposed to actually what the topic was about?
That happens honestly at this point almost on every time. Every time.
I think we're not that. I think we're not that smart when we go after people. I think we just replicate. We see somebody else doing something, and then we just repeat it. And now we have a whole society that's just doing the same crap. This is why I think Freezy needs to get out there and start whooping people.
Freezy, you said you had a postponed Bible study until when?
Oh, shout out again to Freezy. If you're trying to like, so like I'm struggling with smoking, Ben's struggling. I cut way back from what I used to. If y'all have any problems with some of those type of habits and stuff, you should sit down and have a conversation with Freezy. He gives some damn pretty good advice.
Did you try what he told you? Because I remember what he told you.
Yes, yeah. I'll catch you off. I'll catch you off because I think it's Freezy's. I think it's Freezy should market it because it's effective if you're honestly, sincerely trying to fight it. Right, it works.
Cool. Freezy said we need to discuss that more in Discord. Rage baiting for profit. Yeah, I'm really tired of black people being like the last to the party to kind of understand what's going on. And the only reason that's happening is because it's too much infighting. Like we're too focused on each other and everybody else is focused on you as well. So they're all focused on you and then we're all focused on each other and then nobody's paying attention to what everybody else. And that's how they get to infiltrate and they get to rage bait and do all of this. And like you said, people just copy, right? So even though this is harmful to a group, then you have people from your group do the same shit. So it's like, because I don't know, people aren't reading between the lines. I'm not exactly sure. Or it's just people's own selfishness. Maybe they don't feel like they're a part of any group. They don't have that connection, so they don't have to care. They're just looking at it like it is what it is, you know? But yes, rage baiting for profit is a thing. That is why you guys see this huge increase in these like overly racist content creators who are saying the most extreme thing. They want is marketing. They want views. They want engagement. They want shares. More views, more advertiser dollars. Like it just ends up benefiting them while they're like emotionally upsetting you and kind of controlling your emotions, controlling your behavior. Very manipulative. And so I need black people to not pay it so much attention or get so bothered by it anymore. Okay, he said hopefully until 5 I have to go to a gender reveal at 3. Okay, if you have stuff to do, you know, it's okay. But yeah, I think that was all I have for now. I ain't got no more. But like, I don't feel the congratulations about yesterday. I don't even recall. Like, these conversations be going so fast to me. Joshua, are you still up here?
I'm up here, and congratulations is in due order when you recognize, I guess, the bullshit that's coming your way, right? And you call it out for what it is, and then they keep repeating it over and over. It's like, what are you doing?
Well, it's psychosis at this point. That's why I can't participate anymore because I think I'm psycho. I can't do it.
What now that you can't do, you cannot just avoid it. I think
I
you're a
promise you I watch me. I promise I will.
I no. I think you're okay. As soon as you figure out how to work on your own little patience thing, I think you're actually a pretty damn good tool to go against it. It's got to get checked.
It's not beneficial for me, and people have been exposed to enough. People understand what's going on. They do. Little on me is not going to change that. People understand what's going on, and that's what they want to. That's what they want to do. You gotta let people do what they want to do.
I think between that and politics, I think you found your niche. I like your political. I like your political takes. I actually do. I hate that you're not like a staunch Republican, but I tend to agree with it.
That's interesting coming from a Republican and a MAGA and a white nationalist.
Well, no,
like my perspective, that is crazy. That's
they're
funny.
honestly fair takes. I mean, they're just genuinely fair. I mean, it hurt a little bit. I ain't gonna lie, but damn, sometimes that is how it is. The truth hurts.
Damn, we talking about the Bible. You made me think of some Bible scriptures to describe what I'm going through. Okay, where's the one I was looking for? It's a Proverbs that says something. Proverbs 18:2. A fool takes no pleasure in understanding. You understand? Do you understand? A fool hath no delight in understanding, but that his heart may discover itself. There's so many proverbs about this. The way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but he hath hearkened unto counsel is wise. So those who don't want counsel, basically, right? That's the fool. They don't want counsel, meaning even when you tell them the truth, they don't want it. You gotta leave them alone.
Again, that is what it is. You called it out again last night too. You said you notice the difference that people want to understand something. The first thing they'll do is start with a question. What is this thing?
Or just listen.
Sure.
Right. And that to me is a very simple level of discernment. April said, I don't know why, but I like Josh. I hope he comes around here more often. He's going to be interesting, his point of view. And you said they don't want the devil hanging around too much.
But yeah, it's like with Venus, I'm very fair, right? Like I just very fair. We just have straightforward conversations. Prescription wise, we probably don't agree on some things. Some things we just happen to, right? But gotta understand different culture, different gender, like across the board, we're just different. I have no choice but to ask her questions because I don't understand a lot of things. She's a fairly decent teacher. It's just a dangerous combo. But now the problem with it is don't ever forget, I am definitely devilish. I will cause problems faster than crap.
So what I get from that, what he's not saying is I think I get some type of preferential treatment that other people don't get. That's what I think. Especially if they're men.
Well, just be straightforward with the conversation, right? Like if you disagree, okay, so what? We disagree, right? It's the internet. What's the big deal? But at least have the conversation. And that's what I don't like. I don't like people running from questions. That sucks in itself, right? Because there is no conversation then. I don't like people just dragging the other person down. I fully, that's actually what I wanted to talk about when I came up here. When you're talking about budgetary, the guy that made the comment, we're war hawks, or we got into a war, and then basically are trying to justify spending. The GOP rarely ever addresses budgetary stuff. And from what I can tell, if I was a black person, most black people tend to live in large cities, just as a general consensus, right? And large cities, their economics are not like what you would find within the GOP as a prescription for monetary spending. We don't. That's the whole bootstrapping thing, right? So you can automatically, or you should automatically be aware that most large scale cities would just be DNC based simply on that alone. Because the GOP doesn't offer anything. Like, we don't even give anything other than pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
But here's the thing. I don't know much about, but I feel like Trump was, though. I think that's why he's the problem, unlike the other Republican presidents. He was the one who was doing that, right? He kind of offered these things and then turned around and did the opposite, right? He wouldn't talk about, I remember one of the things was Americans making their own products or something like that. Like, he felt like all of the outsourcing was taken away from the jobs for American citizens. And he did start promising, like making financial promises, and that's where he messed up too.
Well, his promises were kind of, just to be fair, his promises were vague, right? So most of his budgetary stuff that he campaigned on was actually mostly for corporations, right? And let's just face it, like 90% of America, we ain't corporatist, right? We're just not. And so you talk about like the jobs went away. Yes, we outsourced everything since Ford left, I guess, to Europe like 30 years ago. It just is what it is. Bringing them back, that was kind of a misnomer, right? We're never coming back. I even moved one of my companies here to Vietnam just because it's 4% corp tax rate. If I move it back to the States or it hit New York, right, it's 33%. I would be a damn fool to do so, right? So the idea here is to benefit corporations. At the best he could hope for was that domestically, y'all get together, start your own businesses, and produce up that way. That's really the best you can do, and become corporations yourselves.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of misnomers, right? The promises are made, but they're very vague. And if you listen to it long enough, you realize he ain't talking to the middleman. He ain't talking to lowly us.
Listen, black people knew that. That's why 92% of them voted against his ass. Y'all the only people who really believed in this shit, and now y'all crying everywhere. Not you specifically, you know what I mean? Like now,
yeah.
You're right. When he would give his speeches or he's on the news and stuff, you could hear like Trump is a bullshit artist. He says the same thing kind of over and over in different ways. He does a lot of the vague, random comments that go in a sentence where they don't belong because he's kind of all over the place. Oh, this deal is gonna be huge. It's gonna be tremendous. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be the best thing. Just a lot of bullshit that comes out of his mouth, and you can see that if you just pay attention to him. And I think somebody even said, I think Trump has a vocabulary of 30 words. I think Destiny said that. But
it might be true.
It's true.
Yeah.
He has a vocabulary of like a 10-year-old. America's the hottest thing right now. It's so hot. It's just so hot. Like, he talks like a little teenage girl. He don't be saying nothing correct.
Yeah, he was media before he was political.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, it's just the nature of what it is.
Well,
it's just he had a really big presence. It was easy to sell him. And welcome to GOP nomination. Doesn't take much.
Damn. So can you tell us the truth, or you gonna hide it? Why? What is Israel doing to control Trump the way they are? What are they doing?
Oh, so this is kind of like a nasty business. Israel does whatever Israel wants to do, and they've always been that way, right? An example would be like back in the Iraqi War. I think it was the first one, not the second one. I forget what it was called. Not the Gulf War. It was one of them, but whatever the first one was. The United States wanted to deal with the problem directly, but we wanted to do it a different way. Israel wanted to do it their way, which is pretty much just take out the nuclear reactors. They literally went in underneath of our noses, bombed Iraq's nuclear reactors before we even showed up at the door. Right? It's just kind of always been that way. And it was the same thing now with Iran, right? They wanted to do something. They're not going to wait, right? All Trump could do was attack first so he could actually gain any benefits from it. The GOP is not after Iran for any reason other than what they can do for control measures behind it. Right? Like, we're not after the oil. We're after controlling the sales of it, if that makes any sense. And Israel, by their proximity, having a direct conflict, they have a different interest, so they're going to do things differently. And if we don't act, we kind of like, we don't get as many benefits. And regardless of whatever we do have a defense pact. I mean, however value you can gain from an agreement on a piece of paper, but we do have a defense treaty with Israel. Anybody attacks Israel, we're obligated to respond. So if Iran, say Israel went in and bombed Iran for whatever reason, we would then generally have a duty, at least on treaty or on paper, to retaliate and come to their aid. So we're going to get in a fight no matter what, right?
Okay.
It's just not the moral reasons that we say that there are no morals in government. It just doesn't work that way.
But they run, see how they run the whole campaign on Christianity, right? Christian morals, because they understand that. It's similar to what I was saying about people rage baiting as a marketing tool. Because the rage baiting is them like invoking emotions out of you, right? And so I'm seeing it's the same behavior when it came to the religious stuff, right? These people don't care about the Bible or God or anything like that, but they know what that means to the average listener. So it's kind of a different way of them tapping into your emotions to something that might be important to you, and then weaponizing your own emotions against you to kind of influence you into doing what they want. So I think our main concern is okay. It's I gotta get the language right, but I think the biggest issue right now in general, because we can see it in politics, we can see it in media. It's these people have figured out how to tap into human emotion and leverage it to their benefit. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but that's the root when I really think about at the core of what everybody's doing. That's what
I thought you worded it well. Yes. That's politics. You go back to the 1920s. Is that's as back as I can find it on paper. Yes, that's politics. That's society. Right? Like, even if you're sitting down on one of these YouTube channels with the whole battle of the sexes thing, right? It's always an emotional appeal. It's literally like what that channel was last night, right?
Maybe I guess not that intentional, and maybe I just never thought about it to that level. Like, I guess because it's so blatant now. Like, yeah.
That's what it is when it becomes normative, right? That's the problem.
It is a problem. Yeah. Kamala couldn't turn against Israel during the election. That's how she lost Michigan. I'm still going with the conspiracy theory that Israel took Charlie Kirk up out of here. I don't have any what'd you say?
Just damn. Like, I can't say it's not possible.
Allegedly.
Like, I can't.
So they take me up out of here, but I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna lie. I really have a disdain for conspiracy, but there's always a little bit of truth within a conspiracy, right? Otherwise, the thing that you say.
I love conspiracies. I have a ton of them. I can tell you a conspiracy every day, a brand new one. I can just off the top of my head, okay?
But to be fair, Kirk was not pro Israel as a country, right? Like, he wasn't pro that. So if it was the case that he had gained any kind of leverage and following, because he had a huge following amongst the youth, that was Kirk's thing, right? And being able to predict what that would be in 10, 15, 20 years, that would be a problem. So I can't actually say that, Israel would never do something like that. There are actually grounds that could justify that action.
Yeah, they call Candace Owens. Those are the grounds that are justifying that. She didn't
Yeah.
exactly say that, but everything she says kind of implies, yeah.
Well, you had a good take on Owens, the first part, and you'll see this throughout history too, right? If you trade and go from one side to another, you will never become trusted, right? So, like if you're here, example, like a black person, and then you just jump on the white person's side, right? You're never going to be trusted amongst your own or the people side that you're going through. We've
Damn.
seen this.
But you said
We've
the other
seen
side don't trust her either?
Yeah,
So
we're
when-
not going to trust you. No, the
Y'all-
GOP.
Quick question. So when you see black people cooning out for y'all don't really trust them either?
Yeah,
Y'all
no,
just-
Candace was our token black girl there for a while, long time.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
I can point to a couple of these meetings that they had, right? And they were on camera where they kind of dragged her a little bit within questions, right? When she first showed up, they did not trust her at all.
Damn.
Now they just want her gone. There's just no use, right? And
I love to see it because I just think the only reason they're not getting her up out of here because she's just too visible right now. And she's in the middle of already accusing them of doing it to Charlie. So it just looks too obvious to delete her. And so that's why you see people like the girl who you're hated, God hates you, because they're mad as hell. Because what they want to do, what they typically would do right now, they can't do. So they're mad as hell at this girl. They're doing everything in their power to like ruin her life. Like she has security issues. Like she's really like they're not playing. These are wealthy people too, right? So that's a whole other thing. These are influential people. These are people who are in media. The people with money. Like you're beefing with the president. No, who wants to do that, right? So
it's so much worse than that. That conflict within Turning Point USA, when she started questioning Erica, it was over and done with. Turning Point USA is probably the largest group that basically focuses on youth, college age people that are becoming active voters. That is a venue, probably one of the few, if not only, venues that the GOP ever had access to the youth. Whereas on the left, they've got, at least a dozen. We only had that one. And when Candace went against it, right, it's kind of like saying, this is the only tool in our toolbox and you're trying to break it. So now you become a threat. Yes, that's why
I don't smell what the oos is.
She is a threat, and I love it. Joshua, just be honest and tell us that everybody, especially white people, are very much threatened by like how powerful.
I've noticed a pattern with MAGA.
How powerful black women are, and that's why y'all be just so petrified because, like, Candace got these people bothered. I mean, bothered. The president mad. Everybody.
I'm going to use you as an example. Forget all black women, right? Just use you as an example, right? Like I think the first couple of times we met, you dragged my ass across panels several times, right? What are we talking about? Yes, if you have the ability to be outspoken. So some people would say you have attitude, but I'm going to call it outspoken, right?
I have an update on the death of.
Sorry. I mean, I have both. It is what it is. It's cool. What about it?
Yeah, but see, if it's got intention behind it, right? You can
right.
You can call bullshit.
Yeah.
You might not know the exact detail of what the thing it is, but you at least know what bullshit smell like, right? And so you dragged me over it. So of course, yes, it's vexing, it's fear, it's something to be concerned with.
Okay, wait, no, take me out of it. I'm saying like people have this concern about black people, black women, even when they don't know them, even when they've never met. For example, I heard a man talking shit about me on a show last night. I don't know this man at all. I've never spoken to him. I've never been on the panel with him. I've never said his name. I'm not going to do it today. And the amount of vitriol this man had. And I see that a lot. And I find it so interesting. Like that you could just not know people exist and they can have all of that for you. I think that's it speaks to like my level of power and influence over these people. I'm sorry. That's all that really shows me.
It could be. I just can't answer the question. I don't hang around with like a lot of black women, right? Like there's probably
No,
like a dozen, right?
but
You're
you could
one
speak
of them. I'm
for,
just
but you
assuming
could,
that you're like all of the rest of them.
no. But you could speak for like your group tends to like I don't know what the word is for the way you guys focus on black people, but why? Like, are you threatened? Are you
Uh,
something you're afraid of that you're not saying?
I think it started with here. I'll just use. I was raised up in the '90s, right? So take like a rap and hip hop, right? It's predominantly constructed within the black community, right? But we're the major consumers of it. We just like it, I guess. I don't know, right? Like it's just a thing, right? So that gets you with a curiosity part of it. But once you grow up and starting getting involved with, let's just say politics, right? You start noticing that there's a division, right? Why are y'all on the DNC by 90% and we're on the other side? There's always that division thing. And then you kind of have to deal with it, right? You just don't know how. And so, but you do automatically recognize they're not us and we have to do something about it.
That's interesting. I think that's one of the many differences between my
only
group
real
because I can't speak for all the black people, so I'm going to try to do that.
Yeah, my only real gripe with black people is I do. I'm actually kind of guilty of that same thing, right? My only real gripe with black people is y'all keep voting DNC. I can't stand it, right? But I also can't offer anything on the GOP side. Not if y'all gonna live in large metro cities. I can't do it. I can't even lie and offer you anything.
But it's deeper than that with the white people who it is, right? Like you probably wasn't here in the beginning of the show. I showed a video of this white woman shaming black 18-year-old girls for dressing up for prom. She made it about they're doing this because they know they'll never have a wedding and they're doing this because of the baby mama culture. Like she literally, this is something I see with your people a lot. They don't understand my culture or my people. And instead of just respecting our culture or being genuinely curious and asking questions, they will craft very negative narratives. Anything positive or original that we decide to do, they will turn into a negative automatically, right? And like I said earlier, what an 18-year-old is wearing to the prom of any race is really no concern of mine as a grown woman with shit to do. So a lot of times white people will fixate on the most minute detail about black people, but that lets me know you guys spend a lot of time of time thinking about black people, and I'm trying to understand why.
Well, yeah, we talked about a little bit of this on the whole the hair thing that I got dragged on. There's obviously a fixation, but to be fair, I don't think we know how to approach y'all in conversation. I think even that is kind of like just even the fundamental basics don't exist.
We are regular people like everybody else. Like, what do you mean?
I don't think we see it that way, right? If you're looking at another group of people and you can recognize that there's something different, right? The behavior is different, the dress is different, the language is different, right? The slangs are different. That's a whole lot of stuff to learn just to have a conversation. It takes a lot for us if we're going to come to like your encampment and have a conversation. It really does take a lot, and you know how we are. We ain't putting in that kind of work. It took me at least a year and a half to even just get on any type of. I could have a conversation within just Risky's crowd. That took a lot of work.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to panels, I understand the fear because a lot of the conversations we have, even this is a cultural difference between you and I, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you guys don't understand, like for you, these things are topics. And for some of us, some of these conversations are our real lives, right?
Yeah.
So when we're discussing certain things and white people want to come in, it's kind of like what happened on Sharon's show yesterday. It's not that all the black people want to just be mean to the white girl or, or the white man, or it's not. I know it can appear that way to you all because, again, these are just topics for you. But a lot of times, the people who are speaking, it's more than just a topic, right?
Yeah, and that makes it not the same conversation. When you're talking about life to other people and I'm trying to talk about the details of what is this thing, it's not the same conversation. Yes, I understand. I completely agree.
So I do agree with, I think the fear when it comes to panels is a healthy one. But when, and this could be my bias as a New Yorker who has always been forced to interact with all types of groups, I guess, I just approach everybody the same with respect. Usually that's enough. Now there's going to be some groups who don't like you because they don't like you, and that's nothing you can do about it. But like, you'll be surprised how much I talk to Jewish women a lot now. It's just because of the location I'm in, but I'm shocked at how much they tell me. Like, I'm surprised at how much they share with me. Honestly, it still surprises me. I've never seen nothing like what I've seen, and I've lived around them since I was in high school. I've never seen nothing like what I've seen this last year. Like once I came back to New York, like these Jewish women be spilling tea. Probably, maybe I don't know. I went to high school living on the same street as them, but I guess we didn't talk. But listen, they be telling me some shit. But even that, right? Like you would not expect that because if you ever lived around them and you know how they are, they barely talk to anybody. You can walk past them every day. They will barely talk to you. They will travel in pairs, usually if it's women and they're going to be dressed a certain way. They don't really say much to you unless they really, really have to. They go to their own stores. Unless they're going to like some huge department store, you might see them there. But other than that, they're going to go to the store that has Hebrew written on the damn thing and very much stay to themselves, right? But lately, I don't know what happened. They're a lot more like friendly and want to talk to you. And even I was looking at the footwear of the little Jewish boys and the girls, and they're wearing Nike sneakers. They're wearing. I've never seen them do none of the shit they're doing. It's very strange, very strange.
Oh, yeah, societies change over time. It just is what it is. But you did say something that I fundamentally agree with, and Rilla said it in chat, and you just said it here now. That healthy respect, that fear part, let's call it gatekeeping, right? It would be the case that any outside group is going to have an influence on your group, and it should always be controlled. It should be always be. Everybody shouldn't be able to come to the barbecue, right? And if somebody a guest is being invited, it should be far and few in between, right? And it should be very, let's just say, you can keep it civil if you want. I don't think it's a requirement. I think it's just really just be straightforward. Sometimes an ass whooping just has to be had.
Damn, April said I dealt with more racism from Hispanic community than any other community out here in New York City. Girl, the Russians are very racist. Oh, I can't. Be quiet. The Russians in Brooklyn will have you ready to fight. I promise you. Like, oh my goodness. They are probably some of the most racist I done seen out this bitch. I cannot fuck with Russians. I'm sorry. Like, oh, I can't do it. I can't. But I understand what you're saying, April. You'll see that you're gonna see that in every group. There's going to be that level of racism. But I'm sorry, like Russians to me, they got it. They top tier. But I find it more racist. Russians, there's a group of Italians, you're going to see that with them. You go into the Asian community, you definitely going to see that. You go into, like you said, the Latin community, you definitely going to see that. They do it to each other. They're very colorist. It's a lot. You're going to see that shit everywhere. If you're from New York, you may not experience it with every group, because then when you talk about them same groups, you always point to people you do get along with too. And y'all are cool too. You know what I'm saying? So it's difficult. But I've seen both sides of damn near everybody. The people who are probably the least racist, in my opinion, that are foreigners, are people from the Middle East. That's my opinion. We get along great with the Arabs. I promise you. I don't know how they really feel, but from behavior, from what I can see, they tend to be the least racist. Okay.
Oh, that's because every other group is side eyeing them. We pretty much throughout media in the last since the 70s, since the 1970s, we've dragged Arabs. Media based, they're all like la, 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 boom type people, right? Doesn't matter whether they are or aren't, right? Which is like 99% of them aren't. But that's not what we depict in media, and that was definitely done intentionally.
Freezy said they're probably starting to realize they're not the real Jews. Some they know. Oh, I know, April. I know. She said go over to the Bay Ridge area. They're nasty as hell. And I'm speaking about the Russians. I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a Russian neighborhood over there. My niece goes to school over there. And so sometimes I be over there. That's how I know. Like, yo, this is crazy. These people, I mean, effed up. I will absolutely squabble with you. Don't fucking play with me. But then I found out. So apparently they have these Russian mobs in those neighborhoods that own the grocery stores. It's a whole thing, girl. I don't know, April. I be talking to people. They be telling me too much shit. I don't know. But who are the real Jews? Me, Freezy. That's who. Oh, this is what I wanted to say, Freezy, about the real Jew thing. So I'm still trying to understand the Jewish community, right? Now that I be talking to them a lot. And they were explaining to me, and Joshua, you might know. So there's like the Hasidic, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yiddish, right?
Yeah.
Orthodox is the same, right? The Hasidic are the Orthodox ones, right?
Yeah, they're Orthodox. It's two different groups right there. I don't know how to tell the difference. We call one the buffalo hats, and then the other one's the curly things. we have slang terms for them.
That those are two different groups, but that makes sense. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought they was all the same. So the ones with the little tiny hat and the curls are different from the big hat ones.
Yeah, the big buffalo furry hat, those are the Hasidics, right? And we have a problem with them in upstate because that's their villas, right? And to be fair, our major problem is they trust their synagogues better than we trust our churches, right? How they get around property taxes is they'll all buy property within a neighborhood, and then all of that property will be signed into ownership through the synagogue. So now on tax record, right, that's tax exemption property because it's basically signed up as a religious institution, which is free from tax, including property tax, or at least at a diminished level, right? They do that. We pay full. They pay maybe 3%, maybe 5%, depending on where it's at. They found a way in the loophole system, and we can't even trust ourselves enough to replicate the same system to take the full advantage where they can. So our hatred is mostly to them about that.
Okay, so one thing they gonna do, let me stop because it's gonna sound racist, but everybody know what the reputation is when it comes to these people in real estate in New York, and I'm gonna just be quiet and leave it there. Anyway, okay, so there's the Orthodox, the Yiddish, which may or may not be the same, and then there's the ones who they're kind of like Black Christians, right? Where Black people will say they're Christian because that's what we know. So what I found that there are white people who will say they're Jewish because that's just kind of what they grew up to know, but they don't practice any of it, right? So there's the white equivalent to the Black Christian who doesn't really do anything Christian. There are white people they'll tell you their religion is Jew, but they'll say things to me like, I'm not practicing. I think I've heard that a lot. I'm not practicing, meaning I acknowledge that this is kind of what I'm supposed to be, but I'm not doing it. Yeah. That's just like the Black Christian, technically same thing. Or they'll say I'm unorthodox, something like that. So the unorthodox ones are the ones who be spilling the tea and telling me everything, okay? The non-practicing. So that's how I be getting my details, you know? Oh, in the Little Hat community out here in New York City, they stay on the public assistance line, taking all the benefits. I seen that they had a whole thing where a lot of them went to jail because they were scamming the welfare. Go down to the welfare. Oh my gosh. In New York and in New Jersey. But you see how people put that reputation on black people? Meanwhile, the little hats are something else, man. Oh my God. They are the tether to the highest extent. Oh my goodness. But I think it's if you travel around Brooklyn, you'll find Asian neighborhoods, like Russian neighborhoods, Little Hat neighborhood. Like it really is crazy. You go around. But like I'm telling you,
You know what?
I'm
You
ready
know
to
what?
fight.
Speaking of the Asians, I gotta plug it a little bit. You know what? All of y'all red pillars, I want y'all to come to Asian, right? Or any Asian country. I want y'all to come out here. I want you to marry a Asian girl, right? Then talk about attitude and all of that crap that you're talking. You ain't never seen Mama Son, who's like 2 foot tall, whoop your ass, man. They're crazy over here. An Asian woman got more attitude. I never dated a black girl, right? But they definitely have more craziness than our Karens, and they're dangerous. You'll sleep with one eye open. I promise you that, because you're gonna act right. You don't have a choice.
April said I had to pack one up last year. You had a fight with a Russian, April? So April drives the train in New York City, so she be around everybody.
Why you fighting a Russian?
Get into an altercation with a Russian, April.
Damn. You can't be picking fights.
Nah, you don't pick fights. They pick fights. Oh my God. I'm telling you, they're rude as hell. Like, they will see you walking toward them and damn near bump you on purpose. I promise you, that's how they give it up. Like, they are very fucking disrespectful. They will see line. I'll never forget this. It was a line for the ATM. This Russian girl walked in there, looked at the line, and stood in front of everyone like she didn't even see us. When I tell you, before I could say anything, this Puerto Rican man cursed her the fuck out. Like, he went crazy. And he did some shit, like he made it his business. He went to the ATM and then he stood there and he was like, next, and pointed to the next person. He was like, fuck out of here. We're not gonna let her down. I don't know who the fuck she thinks she like going crazy. But that's how they be moving out here. Like, they are out of control. I'm telling you, they're very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. So I just been with the shits lately. Like, oh, you want to act like you're gonna bump me? Okay, I'm gonna damn near knock you the fuck over. Now do something. That's how it be. Cause what? No. April said the way that they line up over there in Williamsburg at the public assistance building is crazy. You said you haven't seen them go to jail yet? I did see them. I don't know what their sentencing was, but I did see them get busted, and it was like a whole arrest ring about Little Hats scamming the government for like, I think like Medicaid, for all type of stuff. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Which, I mean, y'all just don't know because y'all don't keep up with other groups of people like that.
Well, New York City, man, you don't have a choice. You're rubbing shoulders with them. Like, you can't avoid them. They're right there.
Nah, but trust me, if you talk to like some of my family members, they don't know or care about half of this shit. They have no interest in it. You don't have to know. Remember what I told you, the neighborhoods are very segregated, right? You don't have to know anything if you don't want to. You really don't.
Well, hadn't the economy in NYC changed, right? Where you're like now obligated to go cross city for something?
Yeah, you're gonna be outside in public, but me going out day to day is not like the insight that I have is not because of, we all be around each other going to work or something, but I know these things because I actually make it my business to talk to people and see what's going on. But like most people in New York can't tell you much about the other people. That's most people.
Yeah. I don't know. So my grandparents, okay, so they're Ellis Islanders is effectively. It's just they came over in 1930s. They lived in Yonkers, and they described New York completely different from what it is today. I'm always curious as to what changed, or New York City.
What
So
changed?
yeah, like what's changed over the years. They talk about how they used to sit out on the balcony, or the little things outside the windows. I guess you can call it a balcony, right? And they would shoot rats. That was a pastime for them. You sure as hell ain't doing that now.
Well, yeah, gun laws. There's a lot of reasons you can't do shit like that no more. Can you
I
see the
hate New
screen?
York State though, right? Like half my weapons are illegal as hell.
You said half your weapons are illegal as hell. Not you
Yeah,
saying that.
state of New York. Yeah, I get an exemption, right?
You care about nothing.
Go ahead.
I said you gotta be a fed. You don't care about nothing. You like, yeah,
It's not about.
half my weapons are illegal. You just don't give a damn.
Well,
Like,
no,
what?
so like, technically, right, like state-wise, they're illegal, right? But until my employment changes, right, there's really not much can be done about it. But now, moment that changes, right, now now I have to comply with state laws. I ain't real happy about it. New York State not really friendly with my stuff.
Okay, who's the person who said that they were not arrested? I can't see my. But look, can y'all see what's on the screen? Several members of the ultra-Orthodox Jewish community in Lakewood, New Jersey were arrested in 2017, 2018 as part of a public benefits fraud investigation, which included charges of Medicaid fraud.
Yeah.
So, okay, 26 people in New Jersey. They stole over $2 million in government benefits, including Medicaid and SNAP, food stamps, Section 8, and other housing programs between 2009 and 2014. Okay, so look at this. This is how the Jewish people be rich, y'all. It says in several cases, individuals charged were found to have high incomes. In some cases, over $1 million annually while holding public assistance benefits. So they getting food stamps even though they're making a damn near $1 million a year. Damn, it says Rabbi Zalman, I cannot say this, Saritskin of Congregation Lutsk and wife Zipporah were charged with stealing over $338,000 in benefits. Damn. Okay, following the initial arrest in the 2018 amnesty program resulted in 159 people agreeing to pay roughly $2.2 million and improperly receive benefits to avoid prosecution. Also, maybe he's right. They ain't go to jail because they offered to pay the money back. Is that what that is? Is that what that means? They offered to pay
What was it?
$2.2 million in order to avoid prosecution.
So, imagine you're getting ready to get hit with some charges, right? And you know you're going to get nailed with like restitution, right? You're going to have to pay some money back, right? Generally, if you pay that money back, the DA will avert charges, or they'll go to some deferred prosecution system or something like that. There's always a way around it. If you've got enough money, you can kind of get out of a lot of trouble. You just have to do it beforehand.
Damn. It says, he said there'd be hundreds of, if thousands of them with no arrest rates. I watched Tyler Oliveira's series on that. I had to look that up. Venus, you remember when that Little Hat community had police officers going through their synagogue and found a bloody mattress in the wall? Oh, April, do you remember in Brooklyn when they found the Underground Railroad that they had?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've been skirting those building permits like crazy, doing all kinds of weird shit. Yep.
Let me see if I can look it up real quick. They had a whole underground tunnel in Brooklyn, and the police found it.
Mm-hmm.
Synagogue tunnel, January 2024. Look, Israel about to get me up out of here, y'all. I'm doing too much. All right, it's my last thing. I'm leaving. But look, wait, hold up. Sorry, my screen is doing weird stuff. Yes, that was in Brooklyn. They had a whole underground railroad where I don't care what nobody say. They had to be trafficking. I'm sorry. What else would you need that for? Look, New York City synagogue tunnel incident. January 8th, 2024, clashes broke out at the world headquarters of the movement. I cannot say these names. In Crown Heights. I think they're Hebrew. In Brooklyn, in Crown Heights. That's actually where I grew up, y'all, where I told y'all that I used to live on the same block as them. When I was in high school, I lived in this neighborhood. Yeah, and they run that neighborhood. Well, it's kind of half and half. What we know about the secret tunnel. Let's see if I can play this video for y'all. Are you actually ever working, Joshua? How you be having all this time? What you be doing?
I am a desk jockey and have been so for the last several years. I haven't worked the field in a very long time. And it is, don't forget, it's also midnight here.
Damn, why is my screen looking like this? I can barely see. I'm trying to show them the Jewish Underground Railroad, okay? Can you see it on your end? You can see my screen?
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, why can't I hear anything?
Under a historic Brooklyn synagogue, we started seeing video of people who apparently were defending the tunnel from police and other worshipers, leading to this brawl. We still don't know what exactly the purpose of the tunnel was or who built it, but people who supported it told me that some in the Chabad community were following in the vision of their late rabbi who said he wanted to expand the historic synagogue. Now, when the synagogue's leaders tried to repair it on Monday, bringing in a cement truck, the people who were in favor of it protested, standing in this dusty passageway, refusing to move. And when police started arresting them, some onlookers became angry, started shoving. A near riot broke out. 9 people were arrested in total, and 3 received summonses for disorderly conduct. But Monday night, we started seeing these videos of a apparent tunnel that was discovered under a historic Brooklyn synagogue. We started seeing video of people who apparently were defending the tunnel from police.
See, these people crazy as hell. Why they had an underground railroad in Brooklyn, y'all?
Because they were trying to expand the building size, both down and outward. If they were left unexpanded. Well, so New York City, you can't really just dig down very far without hitting a lot of problems, especially the infrastructure for that city. Because
like you can't build upward. That's why we have a lot of high buildings, right? So if for people who truly want to expand, you can build upward. If that was the goal. If you want to hide something, yeah, you're building an underground railroad.
They were not allowed to expand upwards, right? Because that's the whole.
If you can't, then you can't. Then the answer is no. No means no.
But no doesn't mean no to them. They built down. Supposedly, the design was also supposed to extend underneath the street. So it's like basically like doubling the size of your house, but instead of buying new land, right, you're just going to extend out under somebody else's land without them knowing, which is a big illegal. It's theft in itself.
I don't care what nobody say. The more I learn about this particular group of people, I believe all type of sick shit was going through them damn tunnels. I don't care what nobody say. Okay, guys, I don't even know if I wanted to do a show about it, but I don't even know if y'all even want to hear about some of the things I've discovered. It's really disturbing. I'm talking about eating people, all type of weird ass vampire type things. Like,
yeah,
I'm serious. I'm not kidding.
That whole eating your own, that is odd.
Now they like to eat us. They like to eat us because the belief is that Black people's DNA is top tier, and some of them like to used to eat it because they felt like that would give them. They were looking at us like how you look at a vitamin or something. Like by ingesting us, they would get some of that superior DNA that Black people have. I could show you a video. I played it the other day of Epstein. He was looking at a Black woman and he was literally saying this is the perfect specimen DNA, and he wanted to get her embryo, her eggs or some shit. I can't remember what he was saying, but now he's on video. Like a lot of these people acknowledge that about Black people, and that's part of the fear too. Like genetically, I think a lot of white people know, right? Like most Black men are bigger than y'all, right?
Oh yeah. Why you think I went with the Asian girl, right? Her hands are smaller, man. Bigger. Yes, I already know. Damn.
So right, so they know too, right? And so I don't know. They felt like if they eat us, they could get some of that. Now you think I'm playing? I'm really not. I'm telling you, like it's some sick shit.
No, I know. I'm sitting here thinking about it. You know how white boy stuff is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's bad. It's just really bad how it pops in my mind. Like, oh crap. Can't do it the traditional way. Got to do it a different way. Why everybody gonna be different like this?
April says she's gonna see. I'm gonna show you something real quick, April. You can look into. Can you see my screen, Joshua?
Now I can. Yes.
Okay, it says whites ate Black people hoping to ingest their essence and soul. Allegedly, they stopped in 1970. I don't think they stopped anything, but let's see. But guys, do your own research, okay? None of this is all allegedly, but I believe this shit.
Cannibalism is not illegal in the United States, with the exception of one state.
What?
The only state in the United States where cannibalism is illegal is the state of Idaho.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I am not leaving my house today.
White people have always indulged in cannibalism. They ate their slaves and they ate Black people that were free after the Emancipation Proclamation, after lynchings.
Cannibalism is not illegal.
You know what's crazy about this? Somebody put this in the comments and it makes sense. Why do white people like their meat bloody? That's a weird thing. Here comes Sin 7 Sin wanting a cape for white people. I just told April to do her own research because I can't prove any of this. But there is a history of cannibalism with your white side. Sorry to let you know, but that's not a made up thing about y'all, sis. It's not.
I can prove that there's no federal regulation that prevents cannibalism, which
And
would
why
imply-
is that? And why is that, Sin 7? Like what? Like nobody's lying on y'all.
Why does a law not exist? Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, it sounds weird. It sounds weird to say something's not illegal, but yeah.
So you never heard any history of your people eating people? You mean I know this about people, but you don't, Sin 7? Come on now.
Well, our European ancestors were definitely into it. There's lots of transcripts of things that happened that involved eating human flesh.
But what I was talking about earlier was I was talking about the little hats and some of the stuff I've been finding out about them. But until I get all my details together, I'm gonna be quiet about that. She said it's dangerous to eat people. Why do y'all eat bloody meat? Y'all the only people that do that. Black people don't do that weird ass shit.
Yeah.
Why do y'all eat meat that has blood coming out of it? So just think about that. Like y'all are not too far fetched from doing some weird. Y'all eat raw, uncooked meat that got blood coming out, and you talking about it's dangerous to eat.
I do like my steaks bloody rare, and I mean like just basically cut a piece of the cow open, right? Throw it, run it across the grill for a minute or so, and then throw it on a plate. Yes, I tend to like my beef extremely bloody.
You see what I'm saying? Why is that a normal thing, Sin 7? Don't come in here accusing me of shit. You gotta look at your people. Why? Like that's not normal. Animals like to eat raw flesh. Animals do that. Ew. Now look at this.
You actually shouldn't do it though, right? Just to be fair, you should not consume food like that. I assure you, I eat very unhealthy.
I mean, we all eat garbage, but I'm saying like y'all be next level with the blood and the raw flesh and it's very much vampire. Like you guys, I'm realizing now, like vampire movies and all that came from the fact that your people, and this is my conspiracy because I gotta look into it, but I'm just assuming it came from the fact that your people like to consume blood and flesh any damn way. So they made it into a thing.
Well, it was
Allegedly. I don't
World War One kind of ended the Hungarian Empire, so yeah, technically speaking, and Hungarians were predominantly known for their bloody ways.
Oh.
I mean, there's I can't say you're wrong, right? Because I can point at stuff that probably prop that idea, prop it up. So maybe.
Damn, Freezy says she offends people all day, but now she's offended. You can't make this up. Listen, let me say something for real. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. From what I understand, Sin 7 is a mixed woman. Whenever people are talking crazy about Black people or about Black women, you know what I noticed about the mixed people? Black people, pay attention. You know what I noticed about them? They are never offended. Never. I'm gonna say the women specifically. I don't know, because I know like I know AR, who be on Sharon's channel, is mixed and he's cool. I don't see him cooning out. But for the most part, especially these women, when they're mixed, you could say anything about Black people, even though they're half Black. You could say anything about Black women. They don't get mad or offended in the chat. Do y'all notice that? They say one thing about white people and they lose their fucking minds. Even the mixed people don't really like Black people like that. What I'm saying.
I'm bad at this. I can't tell mix from pure blood. I just can't. This is why I'm so confused with colorism, right? Like to me, I just like, if somebody stand out in the sun longer than the other person, like, well, I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. You and I had a discussion about this, and I'm still confused by it. Like I just don't understand.
No, this is one of them things when I told you earlier, Josh, when I said a lot of these conversations to you, it's a topic, to a Black person, it's a lived experience, right?
Yeah.
A perfect example. I try to explain colorism to you. You still don't understand it. But you know why you don't understand it?
Because there's no experience with it.
There's no reason for you to even have to think about that ever in any scenario. Not when it comes to your daughter, your son, not when it comes to any decision you have to make in life. Your complexion will never be considered for any reason, especially being a part of the dominant society. Whether you, I'm not saying every white man is rich and has power, but when you are a part of that group, which you are, you exist in a completely different reality. It just is what it is. So certain things you just the furthest thing from your mind. So yeah, that to the point, that is why when we're having certain conversations, we'd rather not have certain people join in, because we know we're going to spend most of the time trying to get them to understand in the first place rather than discussing what our issue is.
Right. Yeah, I told you, it's always two different conversations. It's why it's actually really difficult for an outsider to come in and try to understand. Oh, speaking of that, not even like
pure blood Americans, pure blood Black Americans. You're probably right, but you know what I found out recently, mega bands? I found out that the FBA has a very specific DNA type. I gotta find out more about this, but somebody told me this recently. There was some research being done about the, like, I guess Black, quote unquote, Black American, foundational Black American, and apparently our DNA is different than how do I say it? I feel like I'm not explaining this right. But go ahead, Joshua. Let me see.
After you and I had that conversation, I want to say it was like 2 weeks later, there was a panel. And one of these Black girls, I think her name was Nene, something like that. It was a panelist, right? And I forget what panel it was, but went after, I guess got pissed off at Mr. Fantastic, which you should have known that was going to happen, right? But her insult, I guess whatever she got upset with, her insult to him was, "You don't get no women, you black. I'm sitting here thinking, And it took me like 45 seconds for the insult to even register. I'm like, why would you? Yeah, he's a black man. Why would you call him black, right? It took me that long to understand that it was like a kind of like the colorist insult thing. It never registered in my head, and I had to wait 45 seconds for it to pop in, and then I had to go back to you and I conversation about it.
Yeah, that was a colorist thing to say. For sure.
And from my perspective, it's like a black person calling another black person black. Like, how is that? Like, what does that mean? How does it mean anything?
It's a colorist thing. That's the see. I don't know how to see. Like, yeah, it's insulting somebody because of how dark their skin is, which is wrong. But yeah, it's a thing.
Well, that freezing ain't wrong there. You get me out in the sun, and I pretty much turn pink.
And I ain't mad at her because when people argue, and I get it, they don't give a damn. But yeah, don't make no mistake about it. That was some colorism shit to say. I wonder if this is what the person was telling me about. It says, yes, African Americans generally have a distinct genetic profile compared to the rest of the African diaspora, categorized by an average of 15 to 30% European. Oh, hell no. And smaller amounts of Native American ancestry combined with 70 to 85% West/Central African. This mixture is primarily a result of the unique history in the United States, transatlantic slave trade, and subsequent intermixing.
Miss Parker passed away?
Okay, so the main thing is that the Black Americans have more consistent European admixture. I don't appreciate that. I'm 100% Black. I don't care. I did hear something like that. I didn't want to talk about it because I don't know her. I don't know. I heard that yesterday. I don't really know anything about her though.
Yeah, is it Miss Parker from TMBR? I used to talk to her a lot.
Yeah, that's what it's so.
Damn. Yeah, she was a sweet girl. Well, at least to me, she was.
Yes, April said, but colorism is just not a Black thing. It happens in a lot of communities. It's just ugly when you hear it from your own. So this is why, April, I'm always talking about how Black people are doing the work of white supremacy. That's what I mean, though, too, right? Like colorism is one of those things that's a derivative of white supremacy. Who taught Black people to divide based on their complexion? Slave masters did it, right? They want the light ones in the house, they want the dark ones outside, right? Then after that, they introduced the paper bag test, right? So people don't be knowing the history of things, so they think I'm just saying it to say it. But no, even when you're being colorist in your own group, you're pedestalizing light-skinned people, all that weird shit, your dumb ass is perpetuating white supremacy against your own. That's what you are doing. That's what you're doing. This whole preference that everybody has for light skin when they're blacker than a mother, where does that come from? Who even taught you that your skin was less than or less appealing or less anything than theirs? Like, where does that ideology come from? A lot of them don't know, but they're out here doing it. But then those are the same people who are going to tell you there is no colorism while they themselves practice colorism. Too strong for life. History is very important. Everybody needs to learn it. Yeah, facts. But I do think some of them don't want to learn it. That's why they push back so much. They are comfortable in their there's some people who are just very comfortable in their ignorance. They are.
Because it's easy to use it as a weapon?
Well, no, because it gets to feed their pleasure, right? If I'm a super dark-skinned person and I like, let's say, white people because low-key they have the complexion I wish I want, or the hair texture I wish I wanted. And if I mix with them, my baby will more likely lighten up, right? and not have the hair texture and the skin that I have or the features that I have. So I view those features outside of my own group to be more beautiful than I view my own self or my own group. Nobody can say that out loud, right? So the easier thing to do is to pretend that there is no colorism, right? That's the easier thing to do. Pretend like they don't even acknowledge a thing so that they can be like comfortably still enact that self-hatred without it being called what it is.
Yeah. It makes sense. I don't disagree.
So,
To me, it's just an odd thing. It really is an odd thing.
Because you're a white man.
I agree.
You're a white man. You don't have to care about shit like that. Like nobody, complexion is not ever something that would impact you for real.
Well, to be fair, we don't technically speaking. Orange man is orange because of suntan, right? Like that, or not suntan.
Yeah.
We kind of don't want to be white, right? Like we mostly want to be out in the sun to get a suntan, right? But we can't really do that, so now we have to do the chemical version. Hence, orange man. That's exactly what that is.
Donald Trump is too rich, sidebar, to have such a horrible tan job, but that's another conversation.
I don't know nothing about this spray can stuff. I ain't figured. You and I are gonna have another talk one day about this because I need to understand that too.
Orange. You know why he's orange? I can tell you why
the spray can.
He's wearing makeup of some sort, or some type of chemical is oxidizing. That's why it's turning orange. I'm talking to like an esthetician now. But there are certain makeups that do that. It looks brown. You put it on your face, it starts to oxidize, and it looks orange now. It doesn't even look the same color. It's like, yeah, that's a thing.
I got a photo somewhere from him on Florida, down in Florida. Unfortunately, he's got a shirt off, right? But it seems to be, it ain't like just his head, his face, and his neck. It goes down, right? That's why I'm thinking it's like a spray can stuff, right? Because I've seen women do that. I don't understand how it works because I've never seen it done, just the aftermath of it. I'm thinking that's what he has done. Yeah, that's orange. Is Trump orange? Yes.
Is it normal for you guys to turn orange?
No. We turn either pink, or if we get out in the sun way too long, we turn red, right? So it goes from pink to bright red. And then it, like days later after it heals, it turns to a tannish color. Anything orange.
There's some type of chemicals on his skin. That's why.
Yeah.
I don't know if his hand stuff, probably he gets a whole thing, but yeah, that's why he's turning an abnormal color, because he has like some abnormal substance on his body.
Mm-hmm.
It might be his makeup. It might be a spray thing. We don't know.
To be fair, it ain't no fucking fun, or excuse my language, it ain't no fun being white, right? Like, the sun thing's not exactly real friendly to us. It hurt after a couple hours. I've had some nasty sunburns, and I do mean nasty ones.
Black people get sunburns too. It's just not, I don't think majority, but yeah, no, black people definitely get sunburned.
Does it get like kind of like where you're like so bad you start vomiting? Is it like that bad?
I don't know. I just know my niece went to the beach. She came back. Literally, her shoulders were peeling. Her arms were peeling. Like everything was I was like, what the is wrong with you? She's like, oh, I went to the beach. I'm like, oh, girl.
Wait, she wasn't crying in tears?
No.
Damn. I'd be like a little girl in the fetal position, crying like a little girl the whole time.
She was chilling. I'm like, you didn't, like, it was time to get out of the. She was like, no, I loved it. So I can't do it. Yeah. So I was right. I'm looking here. It says it's likely that he has an application of heavy bronzer, spray tans, or a tanning bed. And that's why he has a different hue now. Yeah,
That's what I was thinking was the spray on, not the suntan bed. I don't know how much of a pain those things are. I've only seen one. I've never been in one, right? But the chemical thing, that was a thing, I guess, 10, 15 years ago among white girls, right? They were doing the spray stuff because it was easier and cheaper, apparently. It don't look like the suntan thing, but like the machine that you with the UV light bulbs in it. It doesn't look the ending result don't look the same. Cause we don't go from like white to tan, right? There's that in the middle. You're pink for a couple days.
well, this is why I was saying he's too rich, because I don't know, when I look at like the Kardashians and stuff, they do all that stuff, but they don't look orange. He got the wrong beauty people on his team. He got to consult with the other people who know how to do this thing. Okay, he got the money, but he's old. He probably like, I don't care, whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm about to get out of here. Do you have any final words you want to say? This was shout out to y'all in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Please like my video, guys. And hit the notification bell and share with a friend if they like the kind of stuff I'm talking about, which is random as hell. But yeah, thank you guys for listening. What do you have to say, Joshua?
Yeah, my final thought is you don't love God if you don't join the Christian Nationalist Party. It worked with Biden. I don't know, right? Like, I gotta try something here.
I just want to say, I feel like my little small tiny effort is I'm taking credit for contributing to dismantling MAGA. Okay, look at that, y'all. We just had a whole Republican MAGA person. He doing his bestest to get some recruits because they are losing steam, losing numbers, and we are happy about it. Okay, but keep on fighting a good fight. You know, like April said, she like Josh. He tried to pull it, you're not black if you don't vote for me kind of thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Don't let Freezy hear that, right? Because Freezy gonna drag me. It's gonna get bad.
No, he wouldn't. You know what I love about like the men who are like well versed in the Bible? They have a lot more patience and understanding. Like, we actually get offended a lot quicker than they do. But because they're gonna say the Bible tells us about these people. That's what Freezy would say. He'd be like, the Bible tells us they're gonna be people like this. Like, so they don't be all shocked and offended how some of us do off rip like that.
Yeah, Freezy spent like a lot of time breaking stuff down to me. Like, I almost come across as like a dense nut job. When he talks to me, it hurts, right? Because I'm getting dragged like a 5-year-old. It's just not the same thing, right? He got a lot more patience than most people I've met.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, I don't understand believers when they be like talking to y'all atheists about the Bible. I really don't understand it because I be feeling like, okay, the atheist is choosing to not like acknowledge this thing, so why try to? But you see, this is why God knows what he be doing, and certain people are in certain positions, right? Because that could be my own like what's the word, lack of patience or lack of understanding or whatever, right? But thank God there's people who don't think that way and who are not so quick to like turn people away. But me personally, that's how I be feeling about atheists. Like, I don't care. Like, I really feel like that. Like, when it comes to talking about my beliefs, I'm not about to like try to convince no damn atheist. You made your choice. That's how I feel. Like, I'm like, oh, I'll move around. Yeah. But they will take the time to really talk to y'all. I'll be like, man, F that. Okay.
Now, if I disappear, you know Freezy found me, right? Whooped me real good, right? And I ain't been around for a while.
But not so Freezy, I'm more likely to do it than him. So I'm trying to tell you. But I've actually found that the people who are the more versed in the Bible they are, they're actually more patient.
Yeah, you give the verbal whooping, right? Freezy, if you have to break things down to you, it's like that phrase, like explain it to me like I'm 5 years old, right? when you don't comprehend a thing, that's what Freezy has to go down to the building blocks, like the basic principles. It kind of hurt your feelings, right? You're like, why am I being talked to like a 5-year-old? Oh, wait, because I don't understand even the basic parts of it, right? I don't take an offense to it from him, right? But it does hurt. Because if anybody's hearing it, right, yeah, it's humiliating.
I guess that's a man thing because I like it. Like, I don't understand something. Please talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old, because if I really want to understand, sometimes when people, I think this is why, you ever heard this saying like teaching is a skill? You ever heard that?
Yes.
You know, it's because sometimes when people are really well versed at something, they don't mean to, but they have a tendency to talk over your head, because in their mind, even the certain parts that they might feel are like common sense, they'll skip over, or they'll talk to you from the common sense level in their head, but they don't know that I don't know anything, right? So even you talking that way, you're still missing me. So I like when if somebody's trying to teach me something, yeah, talk to me like I'm 5. I don't care. Just treat me like that.
But they take a lot of patience to do.
Exactly.
That's what Freezy got right there.
That's what I don't have. I really don't. I'll be like, you know what? F this. He an atheist. Don't nobody give a damn.
Venus, you giving up on me already?
The only atheist I would entertain is there's one in my family, and if he ever wanted to talk, absolutely. But no, other than that, I don't really know. I'm like, listen, go walk into a church or something. I can't help you.
You see this, Breezy? You see this, right? Live runtime right here, right? Like, she ain't witnessing.
No, I'm just being honest. Everybody has to know their limits. Patience has always been a challenge for me in general. And I do have a very negative outlook on atheists. I'm not going to lie. I haven't seen you do it too much, but I don't. People who like.
To be fair to your position, you should be. If you'd ever seen what the ACA did, oh, it was bad. ACA is a specific group within Texas. They dominated the internet among atheists for 15 years. Right? They were huge. They were actually what put political and religious discussions on the internet with them, and it was nasty. Like they just. The ending result was they went around attacking every Christian they could find. It was bad. Like it was real nasty. They should have all been shot, to be honest with you, but that's where it was. So people should be on guard when they're dealing with atheists. It's the same concept as like the gatekeeping among the community, right? You have to always assume that there's a large group of people outside your group that will destroy your community just by proximity.
Thank you. I feel like, I'm not going to say that statement because I don't want to offend my people. I was listening back to my show the other day and I'm like, okay, some of this is really harsh. So I'm trying to work on my language, but I agree. I'm just going to say that. Like, I don't know why that's such a difficult thing for some people to understand, but everybody else understands. Some things you do need to gatekeep. Bottom line, like you gotta just be no bullshit about.
I think maybe
I do respect if you look at like the Muslims or certain groups like that, they don't play with you like at all, and I respect it. That's how it should be. Like, no, you're not gonna do it.
I think the pushback is because when you use like the term gatekeeping, right? Like you can't come to the barbecue thing, right? It's like some people want to naturally be civil, right? And sure, you can be civil. It's that inclusion, even if it's like there's no maliciousness to it. Influence is a thing. Just think about it. If you hold a certain position, right? And I hold the opposite position, would you really want to allow your kids to kind of come and hang out at my house kind of thing?
Right.
That's the gatekeeping concept, right? You have to be defensive.
Somebody said, did I get timed out? No, you didn't get timed out. Oh, this person said you're lying about the atheist. Okay, so are you an atheist? Is it Zion?
Yes.
Is that what that says?
I am a Zionist, but it's for like an economical reason, meaning I prop up the state. I don't care about the religious part. I am an atheist simply because I lacked faith. I am not an anti-theist. I despise the idea of going out of your way and going after a theist view simply because, Freezy. Now, why the hell are you calling Freezy a liar? That's some wrong. Now I would if it was me, I'd time you out for that one. Attacking Freezy is just wrong.
Well, Freezy got a rich, so if he feels like that, he gonna do what he want to do anyway. So I don't know what they're talking about, but yeah.
I hope you know that Freezy got an army behind him. That is kind of the wrong person to be going after. I hope you're playing.
I mean, it's all right.
But why?
We are curious though. Why is he saying Freezy's lying? What's he lying about? He says, I'm trying to read his name. It says Zionix. Is that what he's trying to say?
I don't know how to. Don't know how to pronounce it.
But yeah, I don't be having the patience. Okay. But I noticed that the people who from what I've seen, the people who are like the better versed in the Bible they tend to have a lot more patience, which is a good thing. That gives me something to look forward to. That's like, okay, it works. Look at these people. Look at them. They've learned how to be patient, and they know how to do things I don't know how to do. So good.
I would say bring something up. I just don't honestly care one way or the other. As for April, if you invite me to the barbecue, I promise you I'm showing up with potato salad, and I'm gonna put raisins in that stuff too, right? And you know what? I'm gonna make you eat it and smile like you're enjoying it, because I'm that kind of jerk.
You know what? Oh, look, smart man. Look at the wisdom. Look at the wisdom. Freezy said that's the devil trying my patience. It is the devil trying you right now. Okay. What are you going to do? Don't let the devil tempt you, Freezy. Stay strong.
Oh yeah, Miss April. Don't you forget, right? I got a decent cornbread. My cornbread is a Martha White's cornmeal mix, right? It's just the same. Follow the instructions that are on the back, except for the water. Replace the water with the nastiest draft beer you can find, right? It's got to be the nastiest, most bitter, and then use that. And yes, I will put raisins in potato salads. If you invite me to the barbecue, I promise you it won't end well.
You know how bad you're gonna feel?
I am gonna feel bad.
You're gonna feel bad. It's like let's say we was all in. I'm trying to imagine like if it's 5 of us or like 20 of us getting picked for teams, and you're the last person to get picked for a team. That's how that would feel, right? Because let's say we invited you. Okay. We all gonna put our food trays on the picnic tables, and you're gonna see at the end of the cookout that your little contribution is over there untouched. Nobody ever. You're gonna be mad. You're gonna be feeling like, damn.
I've only got one problem with black cookouts, like just one major problem. So I'm a skinny.
I've never been to one. What?
Yes, I've been to you. My middle name is Guy, Guy, and that name came from a family, specifically from one person. Her name was Ruby Guy. She was my babysitter. You could almost call her a nanny, right? My father, his war buddy was a black man.
About this one black nanny you had. See, I want black women to stop nannying for y'all because y'all don't appreciate shit, and then y'all still be growing up racist anyway.
She was awesome. That's like where a lot of my food recipes came from.
Okay, so tell me about the one black nanny you knew your whole life when you were growing up, being entitled and white. So what happened with it?
I am named after her. Well, after her family, right? But her specifically, I don't remember him. His name was Mike. I really don't remember him at all. He was pal around with Dad all the time. He was always gone. Her, I remember. She was a sweetheart, except for you didn't misbehave around her. She didn't tolerate much.
So what happened with the barbecue?
Oh, anyway, so like I showed up, right? So I'm also like, yeah, I'm 6'1", but I'm also like a $147, right? And every time y'all see a skinny person, at the damn table, right? Y'all just have to force feed the little bastard. You realize I can only fit so much in there, right? But y'all just got to keep coming with the food. Yeah, it tastes good. I can only ingest so much at one time, right?
Yeah, I don't think it would. Might not be because you're skinny. I think that's just like that's the it's a cultural thing. I used to get mad at my grandmother for doing that. Like when I used to go to my grandma's house with my friends, she would offer them.
Yeah, maybe it's a motherly
She would
thing.
offer them.
It could be a mother.
One time, and they would say no, thank you, and then she would be sure, and then they would say no, thank you, and then she would, and I used to be like, Grandma, like stop insisting on people, like stop that. But my grandmother was from the South, and that's just a thing. So it might not have been because you're skinny. It's just it's a cultural thing. I used to get mad at her for that. Stop doing that.
It might be, but I ain't never I ain't never heard of anybody walking away from a barbecue hungry. Like that just don't happen.
Now she did that to everybody who even walked in her house. Like it was like it's custom. Like that's hospitable. You offer them food, right? That was like her trying to, so it's more of a cultural thing. But yeah.
Yeah, I didn't walk away from that barbecue. I had to get carried. It was bad. I couldn't walk. I ate so much. It's like, damn.
My grandma just didn't understand that your grandchildren are from New York, and so are their friends. And no, no, stop it. Okay. But it's funny. It's not. It is a cultural thing. I had one of my friends in high school were Haitian. I was very close with them. I used to go to their house all the time, and their mom used to always offer me food, same way. And I used to always say no, thank you. And then one day, she made me feel so bad because she said, "Are you saying no every time because I'm Haitian?" And I said, "Of course not. Why do you think that?" And she said, "Because I know what American people think about Haitian." And I said, "No, because honestly, no. Like nobody in my life ever told me anything bad about a Haitian. So I didn't. The reason I was saying no, thank you, was because my mom told me. My mom was just very strict on like don't eat at people's house kind of thing. So I was literally always saying no because my mother told me don't eat at people's house, I guess. But I didn't realize I was offending this lady, and she thought it was because she was Haitian. I felt so horrible. I felt so bad that I started eating there because I just wanted her to know that I wasn't doing that. Crazy.
Right.
You made me think about that. But yeah, now that I think about it, yeah, it is a cultural thing, I think. But again, y'all white folk, y'all got a different culture. I don't know what y'all be doing. That's not normal. What happened if you go to your grandmother's house? She's not gonna offer everybody food?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna offer everybody. It's just it's I guess the questioning, right? Like usually when you stop eating, right, a person stops eating, either whether it's for like politeness or for the fact that you're actually just really have eaten too much, right? But I noticed within the Black community, right, like there's a surplus of food. I honestly think it's because they go all in with cooking, right? I don't think y'all half-ass kick anything. I think everything's like just done to an extreme level of cooking, right? There might be something to be said about that whole, like, white people food got no seasoning, which I think might be actually true because y'all put a lot of seasoning in it. I'm assuming like the concept of marinating takes hours in itself, right? Like it's actual true work. And so I'm assuming that's what they mean by effort.
Well, I'm gonna say this. It's hard to explain. There's reasons for that. And on the flip side, there's reasons why white people don't do it. Because they're thinking sodium. They're thinking for health reasons, right? That is usually what they're thinking about. It's not
hell no. We got a salt shaker. Like salt shaker is the thing that we consume.
I was told that was why. Like people are trying to avoid high sodium levels and things like that, high cholesterol, so they don't want to fry it.
maybe the white Karen teaching yoga telling us that salt's bad, right? Like maybe she'll avoid it. I guarantee you, when we sit at the dinner table, that salt shaker, that pepper shaker getting passed around.
No, you're missing my point. Salt and pepper are not what makes the food taste the way it tastes. Talking about all them other heavy seasonings that we like, there's a reason your people avoid them.
I can't answer to it because I don't understand most of y'all seasoning. I picked up a couple cookbooks and I can't understand like why this seasoning, that seasoning. Maybe it's just because I'm a guy.
Good, but they are not health conscious. Like they're not. It's not kosher. They contribute to like high sodium levels, diabetes, like all type of issues. Taste good, but they're problematic. So that is why some other groups don't avoid that shit for real.
Go up, highlight the one above that, right? You see this, right? April's only gonna let me bring the cups, right? Like I'm showing up with the solo cups. You're gonna have to tell.
I'm polite, so like in real life, y'all probably think I'm rude, but I'm really not. I'm very polite, actually. So in situations like this, I'll let people do what they want to do. I'm just not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna say nothing to you about it. I will say thank you. I'm glad you brought something. Like I appreciate you. You didn't have to do that, and then we just will never return to that shit again. But I'm not gonna make you feel bad. I'm gonna make you feel like I appreciate it.
Y'all know what's up. Y'all heard it here first, right? A New York City girl talking about politeness, right? I hope there's some Southerners running around here gonna drag you for that.
You know how dangerous it is to not be polite? Hell yeah, people. You think people would be looking around polite ever? There would be a lot of violence if they weren't. People not just walking around just all day.
That's one more I actually like is that the whole. I absolutely 100% love the hospitality wars between the South and the North.
Yeah, there's levels, but most people are not walking around just disrespecting people. I think it would be a lot more violence if people was really operating like that, and they're not. Now, people are rude as hell. Like if you compare us to everybody else, yeah, we gonna win. That's a fact.
Yeah. Maybe it's see now. There's a different thing with it. I think it's different for the guys and the girls, right? Like so, the guys you could be rude a little bit, right? But you can't be disrespectful. That's how you get your nose moved to the other side of your head.
It just depends. Everybody here is not like a big thug and tough and all that. That's not real life. But you just never know who is who. It's not smart to be.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's you don't know what direction it's coming from. Is it different for the girls?
What you mean?
Well, like in the concept of like the idea of what defines as disrespect, or I'm sorry, what the rules like. What's the thing that prevents guys from being completely disrespectful, like street level, is the violence, right? What do the girls have to tend with, right? What's the thing that keeps them in check?
Probably the same thing, but they're not worried about violence. Probably as much as.
Damn.
I don't know. That's a hard question. I don't know. I think women think that most men probably won't hit them, so they might become.
I meant woman to woman.
Niggas can't wait to hit a woman. I wouldn't suggest that, but I think that's what a lot of women think. So they might be a little more loose because they feel like it's safer. Pretty poppin'-ish, but I don't think it is. And women, I don't know. Women with women is
What's the deal with what is with all y'all New Yorkers over here? Why are there so many New York City people over here? What's the deal?
Who are you talking about, April?
Yeah, it's got you and now April. Gee, I think y'all are starting your own club.
And Sharon, there's not a lot of New Yorkers here. If you pay attention, I think most of this space is like full of Southern people.
I don't know. Now I'm just starting to notice it. Right, I'm starting to. I think Diva was on a roll there. I'm going to start a list. Just going to use it through the government. Start keeping an eye on y'all. Just in New Yorkers.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't even count to 10 with how many New York people are here. Like New Yorkers are not. How do I say it? Life here is a lot faster, I feel.
Well,
And
yeah,
I
it's
don't know if most people have time for like this kind of long form content like that.
yeah.
And like most people I know, and I mean like damn near everybody I know, they don't like participate in things like this.
Mm. Let's see here.
They're on TikTok or they watch like regular TV, but they're not participating. That's not really a northern thing, from what I can understand. I don't really see that.
I gotta sit down and think about it.
Pay attention to mostly who's in these spaces. The Southerners.
I gotta get out and have more personal conversations with people. I just realized I don't know a lot, right? Like the ones I do know are northern, but probably because it was proximity to me.
There's only New Yorkers I could think of. Think about this. As many people as you're aware of here. I could think of me, Sharon, April. Who else is from New York?
Restless is a city. He's NYC.
I don't know who that is. But okay, that's New York.
Oh, you don't know who Resla is? Oh crap. I'll have to introduce you one day. He's pretty cool. He's good people. He usually don't. He's so tired of the whole like politics, religion, and what was it? Politics, religion, and relationships. He hates these topics.
But I know, like, I could name you several people here from Florida, several people here from Atlanta, or from Georgia, several people here from like even Mississippi. Yeah, I think it's a lot of Southerners here, and I think the rest of us make up the minority. But I think the majority are Southern people. I could be wrong, but that's kind of what I'm seeing.
Is Izzy and AM? Where are they from?
Oh, Izzy and Angry Man, New York, allegedly. I don't know, because 1 minute people saying you ain't from I don't know, but yeah, you count them too.
So it's mostly the northern people that are outspoken and loud. Understood. They got it.
Not outspoken and loud.
I take some cheap shots while I can.
Well, you know what's funny? Actually, now I'm thinking about it. We be having the most issues too. You know what? I just thought about why. Because Northerners are different culturally. We are.
Yeah.
But it all makes sense. So we be offending people just because of how we exist. Like the things that offend most of these people in here, New Yorkers wouldn't be offended. Like it wouldn't be a big deal. So we come on here communicating as if we're talking to a bunch of New Yorkers, and it don't go well because these people are different.
Yeah.
That's how it be. But yeah. Damn,
look at it.
Popping out the pop is Davey say yes, New Yorkers are the rudest. I hear you. I'm not even gonna argue against you. I think you're right.
You know they go down one.
What, the Mason-Dixon line here?
Yeah. You know that TMBR that they changed the name of Mason-Dixon line, right? They now call it the Messy Dixon line, and they tell me I'm never allowed to cross it.
Oh yeah, no, I don't know.
That was funny. I think it was Tiff that started it, right? Get your ass back across that Messy Dixon line, because he used to always bring up some weird topics, right?
She's from Texas. Tiff is from Texas. I'm telling you, most of the people are Southern. Tiff is from Texas. Tiff is funny. Tiff is like me time on steroids when it comes to FBA.
God, we've been having some fun in Risky's chat. Yeah, Tiff's actually good people. I don't know why, like everybody associates her with like that character that they see on. This is what I said. People on screen, like if there's a camera around or YouTube stream going, right? I guess people are perceived as being different. You catch these people off YouTube and start talking to them. Awesome people. Tip is actually a lot of fun.
What you mean? Tiff is awesome on camera, off camera?
No, on camera, everybody is thoroughly convinced she is a feminist.
Wow, she is a married woman, but she cares about women's issues. So
Yeah, but that's not how it gets. You know that's not how
how
that's going to come along, though, right? Once you get the whole the gender war conversation, she gets depicted a whole different way.
I mean, yeah, okay. I just
It
understand
kinda-
that space is full of gaslighters, right? And so their number one tactic is to like publicly shame you out of whatever your ideas are that they don't like. So if you're a woman, you speak on behalf of women's issues, women's rights. They think if they all gather around and call you a feminist from the rooftops, you're supposed to change your mind. Like nobody gives a fuck about. I don't. You speak for me. I don't care about being called a feminist. Okay, it's not gonna change my mind or nothing. But they do that to some women because it works on some women. I don't think it's gonna work on this. I damn sure work.
You were depicted the same way, right? And I happen to know that can't possibly be true. I've had enough conversations with you in Discord to know that's just not even close to being accurate, right? It's just something about when people are on panels, they're depicted a different way than they actually are.
Well, it might be some truth in it too when it comes to just yourself and how you operate, right? Like me on a panel is very different than me in a car with somebody, right? Like it's just that, or be in a room with somebody. It's just two different experiences. So yeah, I understand that too. To be fair, there is slightly going to be a difference with most people on a panel versus not. So yeah. So T Lane said, I will never say anything bad about a New Yorker. They are vicious. I love New Yorkers. I'm not gonna lie. I really do. I really do. But it just be a lot.
I want everybody to know there's upstate New Yorkers. That would be me, right? I don't like the New York City people, right? I want to take that island and push it off into the ocean.
Yeah, we don't consider you guys a real place. You're not even really a part of New York.
We're the hillbillies. We're the hillbillies in New York.
Let me say some shit straight with the upstate people because I get so tired of y'all. To the people who are from the 5 boroughs, right?
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the world is like peasantry. We don't care. We don't even we don't consider y'all even like a real place. Like in my mind, upstate New York is a myth. It's a fairy tale. It's an imaginary thing that some people made up to feel included. Whenever somebody's talking about New York, or they're talking about Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, Staten, the Bronx. Like that's what they're talking about. And nobody's ever being like, yeah, upstate New York. Y'all don't count.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna show you how peasant I can behave, right? You know what the cat. You know what the Catskill Water Reserve is, right? Next time you get a chance to Google that, right? Find out what's in my backyard. Next time I've got to urinate behind a tree, I'm going straight to there. That's when I'm gonna start peeing. I'm tired of y'all New York Cityers. I have to get rid of y'all one way or the other.
You know what's funny about what you're doing, what I'm doing? Part of the New York culture is elitism.
Well, yeah.
Everybody here is like, look, people on Long Island separated themselves, right? Because they feel like they're better than the 5 boroughs, right?
Yep.
Then the 5 boroughs, we feel like we're better than everybody, right? And then the people of the state feel like what you're saying, right? It's just hilarious that that's the whole culture of this whole place. It is like elitism. And part of being from New York is thinking that you're better than everyone else. That literally is part of the culture here. So this is why when we go and mix in with other people, we offend them, because I think most New Yorkers just exist like that, and we're used to doing it to each other and nobody cares. But
yeah,
outside of each other, that's a problem.
Yeah. hang around. Like I said, it's kind of like the same way I had to learn, right? At least hanging around with the Black community. You hang around long enough, right? You start learning what people are like, and you're like, damn, people are kind of fun. Is what it is.
She said we don't claim Staten Island. We don't claim Staten Island. I had to almost I that's why I just said Staten, because I was even trying to remember what the other borough was. I ain't gonna lie, April. That's how much we don't care about them, but we should, right? We should. I ain't gonna lie. From Brooklyn, the only borough I care about is Manhattan outside of Brooklyn. The rest, I don't care. Queens, maybe sometimes, but the other ones don't really serve any purpose to me. I have no reason to be in the Bronx. I have no reason to be in Staten Island. Queens, not really. Manhattan, yes. Brooklyn, yes. Other than that, I don't care about anything the rest of New York, to be honest.
Yeah, last time I was in New York, outside of having to go to the airport, the last time I was in New York City had to have been like 10, 15 years ago. And that was like $45 parking overnight, right? I ain't going. I can't afford to park there. Plain and simple.
Well, at nighttime, you can find somewhere to probably park.
No, they didn't. No. They stopped. Well, it looked like they stopped all of that too, right? Like you ain't just parking willy-nilly anywhere you want. This shit get towed faster than hell. And if I go there, right, like now I gotta I guess I'm gonna have to ride a train, right? And then I'm gonna run into April, right? I get my door closed on my neck or something. It just ain't gonna work well for me.
No, I got nighttime and street parking. A lot of times in the daytime is not, because people are at work. So they all parked, they're taking up all the damn spaces. But at nighttime they usually left. So it's a lot better. Well, actually, I'll take that back, because then, like where I live now, if you get home early enough, you're gonna get a great spot. If you get home after even 8 p.m., no, I'll say 9. If you get home after 9 over here, you're gonna be kind of looking for a little second. So it just depends, because now that I think about it, it's the same thing. Everybody's coming home too, so it's like after a certain time, yeah. But no, it's not like that. The paid parking is more of a, if you're going to like the city, like certain places where there's just a million businesses everywhere, and no, that's different. But no, you don't have to pay to park everywhere in New York. There's a lot of meters though, like during the day too, which I don't like.
Can you go down one? I got a question here. I'm kind of hoping Miss April explain it to me. I understand the term drive, right? Like you turn a wheel, right? But it's a train, right? Can only go 2 directions with just one lever, forwards and backwards, right? How complicated could it be? Oh, see, now I'm gonna start some shit. Now I'm gonna get whooped badly.
The conductor deals with the doors. I drive trains.
I'm talking.
She's not the person who opens and closes the doors. She just drives the train. What's she trying to tell you?
Oh, because I made the comment about like if I go to New York City, right, I have to get up there and ride on the train, right? She might close the door on my neck or something.
Yeah, the drivers don't deal with the doors.
I don't know what anybody does on a train.
Yeah,
I keep to myself. But I do want to know, like, what's required to drive a train? It's got to be just one lever, right? Maybe some brakes if you're getting real technical. I don't know. I never seen the inside of a train.
So would you prefer a machine? Like you would prefer no human? So let's take April out of all these thousands of people on this one ass train. And let's just let a machine do it. What you trying to say?
Well, I think I like the idea. I think I like the idea of AI driving the trains, right? Because like I can hijack the AI, right? Drive it, or like I don't know, make it like run into something else, right? But a person's going to try to save you because that whole humanism thing, right? But if I'm trying to get rid of New York City, train collisions, basically hijacking the AI system to control the trains, I think that would be easier. So Miss April getting in my way.
Yeah, New York is too big though. So okay, even if you made 2 trains collide, these trains go through all the 5 boroughs. Like you're not going to really be stopping much.
How many
It's
people on the train?
A lot.
Okay, well, there's a lot to start up with.
I
ain't greedy.
How many train lines does New York City have?
I thought there was a lot.
Watch, this is going to shock you.
It's probably bad.
We have 28 different train lines.
Jeez.
Listen to this. These services operate along 665 miles of mainline track, connecting 472 stations across Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx. System includes the extra details. 472 stations, 28 trains, runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, covers 4 boroughs, all except Staten Island. See why nobody cares about Staten Island?
Yeah, get added in as a secondary into the sentence. Yeah.
Well, it's an island, so it's the water. Like, even to go over there, you gotta take the ferry. Nobody want to be on a damn Staten Island ferry all the time. I can't remember the last time I took the Staten Island ferry. I'm gonna do it just to do it.
You hear this, Miss April? She a traitor.
What'd she say?
Damn, what was it? Yeah, I went to get a sandwich from a convenience store, and that was like $14, and that was like 15 years ago.
Now that's insane. You must have been next to Penn Station or somewhere where they know they could rob people and do shit like that.
I just couldn't stand NYC. Just couldn't stand it.
Oh my goodness. You know how many people ride the trains daily? As of late, 25. Take a guess.
Easily in the upper millions. Has to be. I bet you it's 8 to 12 million.
Oh no, you went too high. It says the New York subway system typically carries over 4.6 million daily riders. 4.6 million people are in the New York City transit every day.
Mm-hmm.
And that didn't even count the bus. I didn't even ask about the bus, just the train.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking was the trains, right? I was thinking of MTA. Damn.
Yes, April, you gonna meet up with me and we could get on the Staten Island ferry? I can't remember. I did that when I was a child.
See, I was just starting to like Miss April, right? Up until I found out she was associated with you, and now I understand she ain't got no taste in companionship. I understand now. Mm-hmm.
What you mean associated? I know her through YouTube. Oh, April said, yeah, I was thinking that too. She said those are paying customers. That doesn't even count all of the people that don't pay their fare.
Oh, that's still a thing. I guess that's still a thing.
Oh, April, I seen some of the train stations are trying to make sure nobody could ever do that again. They built these plastic things that open and close like automatic doors, and they took out the turnstile. So you can't hop over and you can't go under. It's these tall plastic doors, April. All of them don't have it yet, but I've seen it somewhere in the city. I don't know where I was. And they have these plastic doors that open and close. And there will be no hopping a turnstile. That's what they said. Okay. But there's still ways around it because the doors don't close fast enough. Because for safety, they don't want to hit you probably with the doors, but I'm assuming their motion signal, whatever. So I was in my head thinking like, if somebody wanted to really kind of walk in with me, they could. Like, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah, and how they're I guess defeating the turnstile was just basically whoever's behind you just basically gets in there with you.
Yeah, now I don't know what they'll do about that, but I thought that was funny because when I was like, oh, I never see this. So I was paying attention like how long it took, and I'm like, I could have 2 people kind of just walk through with me just now, like for real. Okay, they're called new fare gates with the military guarding to make sure that folks pay their fare. Okay.
See that? Y'all city people can't. Y'all don't know how to behave, right? So they have to call the military in.
No, military guarding, not military. All right, y'all. I'm about to really end the stream now. I just kept talking and talking. I'm gonna catch y'all maybe if I can't come tomorrow. I'll be back Monday evening. Later, y'all.
Y'all